Hi everyone and welcome back to the channel, and today we are checking out something very special. This is a TV show that I've been wanting to watch for a very long time, and I'm so happy to finally be bringing it to you over the next 9 weeks. And that TV show is, as you can tell by the title of the video that you clicked on, Band of Brothers. I am really excited for this show because I heard it was a Spielberg-Hanks production, which is awesome. I know they collaborated on Saving Private Ryan, which I've seen, but I saw it like 10 to 12 years ago. So after I'm done Band of Brothers, I'm going to rewatch Saving Private Ryan because I don't remember really anything about it besides the opening scene as sort of a reward for finishing the show. I've heard this show is epic, and you know what else is epic? For only $3 a month, you can watch Band of Brothers early, 1 week early on my Patreon. Thank you so much if you check it out. There are so many other movies, TV shows, Star Trek, if you're into Star Trek, on my Patreon. Check it out if you would like. Thank you so much if you do, and now let's get back to the video. And before we get into this reaction, let me do the lighting. So we turn the light, we said what color? It should be boop. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the lighting today, I'm going to be going green. Oh, that's kind of like a turquoise. I'm wanting more like a green color. Like that. Just kind of in honor of their green army outfits. Okay, I'm expecting a really mature series on the tools of war, the friendships you make during war. I know Band of Brothers implies that there's going to be a pretty nice cast of characters that get to know each other, although I do assume that some of them will die eventually and it's going to be very heartbreaking. But yeah, I don't really know anything about this show, so I'm really excited to be getting to the first episode right now, which is episode 1, Kurahi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I hope you enjoy.
Maybe we're just dumb country people, but where I come from, but a lot of us volunteered.
Who would like to volunteer?
For Pearl Harbor, right? That's what started America getting into the war.
So he says, what the hell is the airborne? Nobody ever heard of it.
Dude, paratroopers is insane.
Medals, I didn't do them for accolades. I did them because it's what had to be done.
The guy says, well,
I love having the actual soldiers on.
but you get paid $50 a month more. So that made it $100.
Dude, sign me up, $50 a month more. That's a lot back then though, too. I'm really excited for you guys in the comments to be helping me with my World War II knowledge. If I get anything wrong, I would love a correction. And then also, let me know how accurate this series is to real life events, real life stories and stuff like that. David Schwimmer! What's Ross doing in this show? I can already tell the music is going to be amazing. Now I do wonder, is this show going to be a patriotic look at World War II, or is it going to be just this very visceral, real look at World War II? Is that our whole cast? That's a lot of people.
Fox Company! Joe and 5!
That's a cool haircut.
Move it up! Come on, gentlemen! Let's go! High winds on the drop zone. No jump tonight.
Oh, okay, no jump.
Our stand down. Two sergeants, take charge.
That would actually be suck. You know, you're preparing yourself to go and then it's just canceled.
I think it's clearing up.
Yeah, it does look like it's clearing up a little bit.
I think it's clearing up.
I think he thinks it's clearing up.
Happy hour, huh? Yeah. Happy hour.
It's happy hour somewhere in the world.
Civilized place for civilized men.
Should have been born earlier, Nix.
Earlier you fight in World War One. I guess World War One was mostly just Europe. 2 years earlier. Are we getting flashbacks?
You people are at the position
No way.
of attention.
No way Ross is a drill sergeant.
Think Percante, but you've got a long way to prove that you belong here. Your weekend pass is revoked.
Oh, not his weekend pass.
Rust on the butt plate hinge spring private bullshit revoked.
Oh my days.
You want to kill Germans?
Yes, sir.
Not with this. I wouldn't take this
Hey, he didn't revoke the pass.
man and their infractions. Every man in the company who had a weekend pass has lost it.
Oh my days.
You thinking of blouse in your pants? Shut up, Lon, all right? He gigged everybody.
Yeah, he did.
Else is get down and you tell me if there's a crease on.
go on the road. PT formation. Let's move.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes the drill sergeant just does this, you know what I mean? But I guess it makes sense. You gotta toughen them up. Yeah, fair enough. Just leave the kid be.
Now what do we do? Do not help that man! Do not help!
See, drill sergeants though, they run with everyone, they do this exercise, and they also have to yell. That's a lot of work.
Top of this mountain!
Like, Russ doesn't even look tired. I noticed I called him Russ, by the way, I'm sorry.
It's still a 506, but that is not good enough for Easy
Oh
Company.
my god. He's really good, actually, at playing a drill sergeant. No, when you're watching movies and stuff, you never really, like, guess the weight of all the gear and stuff, you know? It never really hits you, but it must be, what, like 50 to 70 pounds probably of gear. Maybe less, maybe 30, 40? I don't know. It'll be heavy, though, that's the thing.
Lieutenant Sobel does not hate Easy Company, Private Random. He just hates you.
Oh.
Easy Company, canteens out and open.
On my command, they will pour the contents onto the ground.
Oh, what? Why?
This man ordered to not drink from his canteen during the Friday night march.
He was.
Oh, so this was like showing them that they hadn't drink.
All 12 miles of the march immediately.
Yes, sir.
Fall out!
Oh my days.
And under my command, this will be the first and finest company in this regiment.
Okay, I believe him.
What infraction, sir? Find some.
Really? Really?
Stand in the door.
It's so interesting seeing all this training, though. Oh. Oh, I guess you'd have to train to just go through stuff like that, wouldn't you?
Sir, you have 50 minutes to the top and back, and I will be watching. What are you waiting for?
Your time has started. Oh, they're all doing it. They're all doing it with him. Okay, at least these guys are. Dude, these are real brothers.
Pornography, contraband.
You're not allowed porn? What are you supposed to do?
These men aren't paratroopers yet, Lieutenant. They have no personal property.
Oh my god. Is that...
What is this?
That looks like Simon Pegg.
Thievery in my unit. Whose footlocker is this? Private Parks, sir. Get rid of him.
Oh my god.
All weekend passes are canceled, officers included.
Again, all weekend passes.
Carry on.
Dude, people actually probably want to just stamp on his face.
Lieutenant Winters?
But I can understand his toughness because they're gonna get to war and they're still gonna feel unprepared. You know what I mean? Like, that's how harsh it's going to be.
Report to the mess kitchen at 0515 hours. Company breakfast to be served at 0600.
Yes, sir.
That sounds like a demotion. Mess officer.
I like spaghetti.
Ah, spaghetti. That would be so nice. Different food.
He ain't supposed to be orange. This ain't spaghetti. This is army noodles with ketchup.
Spaghetti, close enough.
Spaghetti's a mortal sin. You want it on? No, I'm eating here. Hey, get out of here.
I'm eating here. I'm eating here.
Running up curry! Move! Move!
Oh my god, he knew this was gonna happen. He knew they were gonna be eating a lot and then running.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen.
We never land upon our feet, we always hit our ass.
Oh, look at him. He's kind of amazed.
We never land upon our feet, we always hit our ass.
You must be proud of them. Come on. Yeah, he is. He is. David Schwimmer's doing an incredible job. Oh, this is interesting how they pat each other. Go! Oh, he's scared. Did you see that? Whoa, that was such a cool shot.
Any refusals in the aircraft or at the door, and I guarantee you, you will be out of the airborne.
Wow, just like that. It makes sense though. They don't want anyone who's scared to jump when it matters. That's an incredible shot as well. Now imagine parachuting and then just gunfire around you.
How do you expect to slay the Huns with dust on your jump wings?
I want you to know that I'm damn proud of each and every one of you. Now, you deserve this party. Thank you, Sergeant Grant. Remember our motto. Hooray!
Hooray! What does that mean? This has to be a training exercise, right? Is the 2 lines on his head, is that his rank?
Come in our killing zone. They're right up there somewhere. Let's just get him. Sir, we have...
Look, he's panicking a little bit. He's a good drill sergeant, but when it comes to the real deal and stuff, he kind of panics.
Move out. What? Tactical column.
No, this is bad. They're all gonna die. Wow, that was so genius.
You.
Why do you leave 3 on the ground?
You'll learn him pretty quickly. No flaws, no vices, no sense of humor.
So, he gets a little jumpy in the field.
Mm-hmm. He gets jumpy and then you get killed.
Yeah, he gets jumpy for sure. Yeah, his troops just aren't trusting him. See, that's the thing. You can be tough as like the sergeant and stuff, but when it comes down to it, your troops need to trust you that you're gonna do the right thing, and he hasn't done the right thing yet.
See, I of course know, but I told you I'd have to kill you. So don't tell me.
Fair enough.
City, troop ship, England.
Here we go. We're heading to England.
Since when do I drink?
This guy actually is a robot. No drinking, no humor, no flaws.
Dear sir or madam.
Wonder how long the trip over was, like 2 weeks or something?
Some lucky bastards headed for the South Pacific.
Someone lucky is heading for the South Pacific. The South Pacific was brutal during World War II.
No matter where we go, once we get into combat, the only person you can trust is yourself and the fella next to you.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's the Sobel in combat. I'm moving on down the line. Look up with some other options.
Wow, no one wants to be with Sobel.
Armadillo.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't have said that.
Get your nose out of my face.
Okay. A lot of fade outs. September 18th, 1943. We are finally in England.
Position R that it gives you cover and concealment. Commence fire!
So prepared position. You actually like create it yourself beforehand.
That German.
Oh wow.
Sobel's late.
Oh no. I wouldn't rely on Sobel with my life.
There should be no...
Dude, he just panics. You can't do this in war.
Sobel's lost again, right? Yeah, he's lost. He runs.
I wouldn't want to get lost in somewhere like France with him. You know what I mean?
3-3. Isn't that the intersection?
No, sir, it's here. You're full grid off.
Oh my days. Dude, this guy's like, what are you doing, Sobel?
I think it's Major Horton, sir.
Damn hold up, Mr. Sobel!
Oh my god, they're all in on it.
There to move left with second. I'll be right up the middle with third. Go. Yes, sir.
This guy can lead in war. Sobel? No, no, no. I'll just go the other way, thank you very much. Who is this old man?
You've done it now, Yanks. You've captured me.
Wow.
Would that be the enemy?
Yeah, that's definitely the enemy.
Who was the idiot who cut that man's fence? I was
Yeah. Now his cows are loose. Now you have to get him new cows.
Major Horton is on leave in London.
Oh my god.
Get those cows out of here.
Get them back to the man's farm. Oh, I love the little town vibes though.
With Captain Sobel's compliments, sir.
Oh, it's not going to be good. I hope they keep the name badges for the rest of the show because it really helps me with names.
I followed your orders to the minute.
I changed the time to 0945.
No one told me.
Yeah, shut up.
Sir, you should have delegated your task of latrine inspection
No.
to another officer.
I'm starting to actually really dislike him, Sobel.
You spend your weekends on the base anyway, Dick. Be a man, take the punishment.
See, he knows what he's doing is wrong.
My endorsement, sir. I request trial by court-martial.
Oh, yeah, he knows he's in the right.
So we're going through with this, right?
Gotta do something.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
But we'd all better be clear of the consequences.
I don't care.
They're gonna kill Sobel or something? I'm actually nervous what they're about to
Let's
do.
do it.
Are they gonna beat him up or something?
No longer. Wish to serve?
Oh, they're just writing a letter. Okay, thank God. I thought they were gonna do something violent. Yeah, you could actually just be kicked out of the army for this.
There's nothing less than an active mutiny while we prepare for the goddamn invasion of Europe.
Wouldn't you rather people say this, though?
You consider yourself lucky that we are on the eve of the largest action in the history of warfare, which leaves me no choice to spare your lives.
They were actually gonna shoot them. But you have to listen to the letters. If like half of the paratroop doesn't want to jump with Sobel, there has to be a reason, right?
Speculate, sir. Most of the men would never do this. But
Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking him.
School at Chilton Foliot. The idea is for non-infantry types who are vital to the country.
He's not taking the drink well, is he?
Frankly, I can't think of anyone more qualified to command such a school than you are.
Sir?
So he wouldn't have to fight. He wouldn't have to jump for real. He'd take that.
War effort needs you elsewhere.
Oh my God. Dude, his heart just broke.
Permission to speak?
But the company's gonna love it.
No, sir.
It's so crazy that the army can just move people around however they want. So does that mean there's gonna be no court-martial now that Sobel is gone? May 31st, 1944.
Up there! Third squad, second row,
Look at the mud.
Few lads, actually, so I can get your mince pies from some of this Jerry Clobber, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Sure is a doozy. Yeah, it's pucker, isn't it? What? Hey?
What, eh?
Still having a bath if you think you're half inch in that.
Oh, British slang, so funny.
So when things got really bad, the man in the foxhole next to them would be the best.
Yeah, that's true. People who volunteer want to be there, right?
These guys for what, 2 years? I've been here for 6 days.
This is the new guy. This is the replacement.
Ramsbury. Pottery.
That's a long way away.
Saint-Marie-du-Mont, causeway number 1.
Normandy. We're doing Normandy in this show.
Airborne's objective, gentlemen, is to take the town of Carentan, or Carentan, thus linking Utah.
He said it in French and then he said it in Americanized version.
Yes, Dukeman. Sir, are we dropping tonight?
When it's time for you to know, we'll let you know.
Imagine not knowing.
Right here in this area, Saint-Marie-du-Mont. Easy Company will destroy that garrison.
Easy Company's got to do it. So the paratroopers are flying over the beach and dropping in behind, so they're basically flanking them both sides. Is that what I'm getting?
AT&T, this bullshit, and a pair of nasty skivvies.
That's a lot of stuff.
Heavy. Condoms? I don't know, probably. What you got? You?
That's a big box.
Whoa. You got...
Oh, wow.
Boys, don't let your families miss out on $10,000.
That's a lot of money.
If it were me, I'd tell him. A couple of hours before we jump?
Yeah, not the best motivation.
These things on us now.
It's just an extra 80 pounds strapped to your leg.
80 pounds.
Night. Here's the night of nights.
Tonight you jump.
Great adventure for which you have trained for over 2 years.
Oh my God, look how they phrase it too.
Socked in with rain and fog. No jump tonight.
Okay, we're back here at the start of the episode.
I woke up.
Something happened. Got the wrong goddamn jacket.
No.
Nobody did anything.
He's gonna keep reading the letter anyways.
Remember this? Maybe 3.
Just checking the skies. June 5th, 1944. The longest walk in the world, and then the longest plane ride in the world. Is the black face paint just for like effect, or is it actually for something like camouflage or something like that?
Got something you might be looking for.
Oh.
You read it?
Yeah, you did.
Sorry about your brother, Bill.
That is Bill. Oh, that is Bill. I wasn't sure.
I'll meet up with you over there.
I don't know if Bill's coming back.
Good luck.
What other words do you have to say? I am so stressed right now, and I'm not even getting on the plane. But Winters, the fact that he's just helping them all up one-on-one. I got a little emotional for some reason. I tear up a little bit just watching them get on the plane. I quite like the soldiers right now. I've gotten to know a few of them. Who knows what's gonna happen next? The music is fantastic right now as well. Takeoff time. Oh, and we have liftoff. Looks like they got actual bombers like this to fly, or drop planes, whatever you want to call these types of planes. Look at all of these people, all of these paratroopers. Wow, what a shot. And the music again, man. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh my god, what a shot. And the boats and stuff too. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessings of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. Wow, that was an incredible first episode. That was an incredible first episode. The production value of it, the acting in it, just... I can already feel the emotions of it. And we're only one episode into flipping 9 episode story. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers Episode 1, Currahee, which was the motto of their station in Georgia, I believe. Don't get me wrong, I think it was Georgia, but I could be mistaken. I don't really know what the motto means. If someone would please describe that to me, that would be interesting. But I feel like it just means, like, I don't know, togetherness, courage. I don't know, something along those lines, because that's what I felt in this episode. And you know, but at the end of the episode, I was actually getting a little emotional. Like, I could feel my eyes welling up a little bit. And even watching the credits, I was just kind of listening to the beautiful, beautiful soundtrack. And my, like, even now, I don't know if you can see it, but my eyes are starting to well up. I don't know, it was just like seeing the... we've been with the characters for, what, an hour and, I don't know, 5 minutes. And then they start getting onto the plane. And some of the characters were really nice, but it was more so just the thought that these men are going off, you know, into the unknown, into the abyss of night, onto a beach somewhere in France, in Normandy, and then is in France, I believe, or is it in Belgium? I'm not 100% sure on that one. Is it in France or in Belgium? But they're going to the beach. They're getting dropped off. They're flying. They're gonna drop off onto the other side of the beach so they can flank the Germans. But who knows who's going to come back out of these characters. And I quite like a few of the characters, you know what I mean? I don't know a lot of them yet. I'm sure I'll get to know a lot of them on this basically 9-hour journey. It's like a 9-hour movie. But right now I don't know too many of them. But Winters, I know. Nixon, I know. Like some of those guys. Bill, you know. Johnny, who's going to come back? Who's not going to come back? And I was just kind of thinking about that, and I was like, wow, this is actually what it'd be like. And then I was thinking about, like, waiting. Can you imagine not knowing when you're going to be getting on that plane, when you're going to be jumping? You just have to wait and wait and wait, and all of a sudden one morning you get a letter and it says, today is the day that you might die, you know what I mean? But you know, it words it like it's the coolest thing of all time. It words it like, this is the greatest adventure of your life that you have been training for. And you know, I guess you have been training for it, but in that moment when you're reading the letter, your gut just must fall to the floor, must fall to your feet. Your feet would have your stomach inside it. That's how far it must drop. Because I would probably faint or something if I read that. Like, I don't know. These guys have so much more courage than I think I will ever have, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, I really enjoyed this episode. I thought it was a great look into the start of, you know, America getting into the war. I'm interested to know at the end of the credits it said this is based off a true story, and I guess, you know, World War II, true story, everything like that. The events in this movie are probably all real, but I was wondering about the characters. Like, it showed a bunch of guys at the very start of this episode, like real people who fought in World War II, who are paratroopers, and I was wondering if any of the characters or all of the characters were based off of the people that we saw in the talking heads at the start of the episode, those real life figures. That would be really interesting, but if not, it could be just based around their stories, other paratrooper stories, and like real battles and stuff. I also found it really interesting that, because I said at the very start of this that I've seen Saving Private Ryan before, but I only remember the very start of it because that opening battle scene is super famous, and I've not only seen that when I watched the movie like 10 to 12 years ago, but I've also seen it in a bunch of film classes that I've taken because it's a very famous war scene in a movie, right? So the Battle of Normandy in Saving Private Ryan, I am very acutely aware of. And it's very interesting to think that these paratroopers, you watch Saving Private Ryan or you watch Band of Brothers, whichever one you watch first, and you think and you go, wow, the movie Saving Private Ryan, when you're watching Band of Brothers, is happening right under the planes, you know what I mean? And so you can kind of put that scene from Saving Private Ryan when they storm the beach together with what I'm assuming in the next episode at the start is going to be the paratroopers jumping off of the plane. And I think that is very interesting and very cool that both Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks decided to do that. They almost made this little universe inside World War II with films and TV shows and stuff like that. Is very interesting, and I think it's very cool, and I think it's also very insightful for people because they have two separate approaches. And I really like the paratrooper angle of this show, actually, because I feel like paratroopers are almost forgotten about. You know, you always talk about like people on the ground and tanks and stuff like that, the pilots and everything, but I feel like I don't hear that much about paratroopers. But I feel like that was one of, if not the most dangerous job, because you're jumping out of a plane with parachutes that probably aren't the most reliable while being shot at by tanks and missiles. Maybe not a lot of missiles. I don't know how many missiles were used in World War II or anything, but definitely tanks and artillery weapons and stuff like that. And, you know, even people's guns, if they pierce the parachutes, you're going down, right? You're probably going to die. So I feel like they need to be talked about more, and I don't really know too much about paratroopers, so it was really cool seeing kind of their training and just seeing a whole squad of paratroopers. I thought that was really interesting. Besides that, I think the characters are pretty cool. I love Winters. Winters is awesome. Sobel, played by David Schwimmer, I thought was a really cool character. I don't think we're going to be seeing him again, but he was very interesting because I liked how hard he was, and I guess it's the job of the drill sergeant to be hard on their squad, but it was cool how hard he was because at first, like, you hate him. Like, everyone else in the platoon, you hate him. You're like, why is this guy doing this? I just want to beat like his face in, right? But then when you think about it from an outside perspective, you're like, it makes a lot of sense. Even if with like the eating spaghetti stuff and then making them run up the hill, it seems cruel, but you know, if you're on the battlefield, you may be eating your dinner 1 second and then running away from gunfire the next second. You never know what's going to happen. So he's just kind of like preparing them for anything. And it was interesting how he was so good at the preparation stuff. Like, he prepared them so well. Even Winters has to admit, Sobel prepared him so well. But then when it comes to actually implementing the training into real life scenarios, Sobel failed where Winters succeeded. And I really liked how the shift happened halfway through this episode, and you're like, oh, Sobel is actually not very good here, but Winters is. And then you start to really latch onto Winters a little bit, and by the end of the episode, I really loved Winters as a character, and I'm excited to see him progress in the show. And I really pray that he does not die, because if he dies, it'll be tears. It'll be so many tears. I hope no one in the platoon dies, but I know people will die because it's World War II and a lot of people died, and there's no way no one is going to die on a show that is based in World War II. But I just hope it's not Winters and not Nixon. Although Nixon I can see dying because he's not Winters. I just don't want Winters to die, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, besides that, I mean, the production value was amazing and stuff like that. The buildings, the sets and everything were incredible. The extras in the background were great. There's some, like when they're at the training camp in Georgia, again, I think it's Georgia, they had like the map painting in the backgrounds and stuff. They all looked really beautiful, really high production. This show came out September 2001, I believe, and it looks great to this day. We are checking out episode 2 of Band of Brothers, which is called Day of Days. Now, I am really excited for this episode. Band of Brothers episode 1 was really, really good. It was tragic at times. It was fun at times. I really got to know some of the characters. Winters especially. I loved Winters in the first episode, and I'm really excited to see where he goes within this show. I really hope he doesn't die. But at the end of episode 1, we are heading into the Battle of Normandy. It is D-Day, and our paratroopers are, I'm pretty sure, are flying over the beach, landing on the other side and taking over one of the German bases. I think there's like a German hideout or something that they're trying to take over. And before we get to this reaction, let me do the lighting. So we turn on light, we said what color it should be. Boop. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the lighting today, I'm actually gonna go blue because it's kind of like nighttime right now or very early morning for D-Day, and so I think blue is gonna be really good for at least the start of the Battle of Normandy. And if you'd like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut reactions to many of the movies and TV shows I have on YouTube, as well as early access reactions to things like Band of Brothers and Star Trek Deep Space Nine that come out up to 3 weeks early. Thank you so much if you check it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, let's get into this episode. I hope you enjoy my reaction to Band of Brothers Season 1, Episode 2, Day of Days. By the end of the show, in like 8 more episodes, this intro is going to make me cry. I feel like this music is going to make me cry. Like, I'm already getting emotional listening to this, and it's only been 1 episode. But by the last episode, I'll have seen most of the stuff that's flashing on here. There will be tears by the last episode, just wait.
Standing in the door, I could
I like that they have the people again.
hit, and suddenly the pilot gives me the green light. I'm out the door.
Jeez, how scary would that be?
Came from the sky, we hit, and in any direction you went, there would be enemy. You knew it.
Jeez.
And that was all part of what you accepted.
How do you prepare?
These are probably the bravest men in existence.
You know, and we lost a lot of people that night. But,
oh.
You try to put it all on your mind.
Oh. I'm already emotional. Already. What, like 5 seconds into the episode? You get these tears away so I can actually see the screen. I would be actually peeing my pants. Hello, Winters. Oh, wow. Oh, is that Simon Pegg? I wonder how many paratroopers actually make it. How many of these men are going to be left once they drop? Oh my god, and you hear the artillery fire? What a visual. The red light is on! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my days. Well, that guy's gone. This is insane. You have to get out. You have to get out. Oh!
Jesus! Tell man to get him out of there!
Green light, green light, green light. Just go. Oh my god, they're just burning alive. Oh, wow. I love just how chaotic this is. I love this POV shot.
Jump at this speed! We there?
Oh my god, he's so dead. So they're not even at the drop zone, but they just had to jump. This show looks better than movies that came out around the same time. Oh my god, please don't parachute into the fire. Now he's done the easy part. A parachute to the ground is the easy part.
Coach? Sir, it's Hall, sir. I was on the basketball team.
Oh my god, really? You can do this, soldier. Oh my god, get down, get down, get down, get down! Nice, nice, smart.
Aren't you D Company?
I am on the edge of my seat right now, guys.
Do you have a weapon, sir? Just my knife.
Just my knife.
Bridges, roads, trees.
Literally anything.
I wonder if the rest of them are as lost as we are.
Yeah, I mean, none of them were dropped in the right drop zone. At least from Winter's plane. Interesting, they have like a code.
No, sir. As soon as I hit that prop blast, a long leg back, all I got was this knife and some TNT. He's 80.
Ah, TNT, that's good. Throw it at some people.
Raincoat? You got a raincoat? Yeah.
Use it as a tarp. Put a map on it. Oh, never mind. Use it as cover so he can actually see better.
I was away from when we need to have it secured. So, we got a lot of walking ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot of walking. That training from Sobel is gonna do you good now.
Thunder!
Lieutenant, is that you?
Oh my god, there's so many of them together now.
Hey, fellas. Hey, everybody.
But it's harder to move quietly in a big group. That guy in the front looks a little bit like the guy who plays Moriarty in the BBC Sherlock. Oh wow, ambush time. You didn't wait. You didn't wait. But I guess his brother was killed, right, by a German, so he's not gonna wait. Wow, there is revenge in his eyes.
Here you go, Lieutenant. Kraut weapon.
Now everyone's got weapons. This guy's gonna be a little bit hard to control, I feel.
Really?
His name, dummy. Garnier. Gonorrhea, get it?
It's the morning now. So much harder to hide.
See him? He just sat there.
He didn't have a weapon. What's he gonna do? Shout at him?
It's so true.
Joe, he don't even drink.
So? So? What happened here? Oh my days. Oh, those are... Oh my god, he's a paratrooper.
Anybody need supplies or ammo, now's the time to get it.
It'd be so horrible. You have to get ammo and stuff off of, like, your dead...
McDowell.
I don't know, soldier
You
buddies,
okay?
you know what I mean?
Yes, Sergeant. Well, let's go.
It's horrible. What was that?
It's the Navy.
The landings have started. Let's go.
Let's move it out. Right on.
Oh, Saving Private Ryan has just begun.
Popeye, did you hear this? I'm from Astoria.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Why are you fighting for Germany then?
Stop fraternizing with the enemy. Get over here.
This is actually so interesting. Is it true that a lot of the German soldiers were more reluctant, I would say, because they were like actually forced to fight in the war instead of volunteering and stuff?
Able Company, known as Cowboy. From Texas, Manhattan.
Yeah, it's very far away from Texas.
Wouldn't that put you in line to be the next commander of Easy?
Wow, yeah.
Hey, keep the pack. Yeah, so I was in Planton, 39.
This guy seems like a nice bloke.
I'll see you around. Yeah. See you around.
You're not seeing him around. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. Oh my god, they just executed them. You're not allowed to execute prisoners of war, right? Like that's a war crime?
Dude, firing onto the boys landing at Utah. Think Easy can handle it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, Winters.
Trenches with access to the entire battery, with machine gun cover in the rear.
Oh, wow.
Take some TNT along with us to spike the guns. Lipton, your responsibility. Yes, sir.
TNT is going to be very useful.
Compton, Malarkey, Toy, Garnier.
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted them to be together.
Shouldn't you be outside with the other able?
That is the guy who plays Moriarty.
What's your name, trooper?
Lorraine, sir.
You're with me, Lorraine.
Let's go, Lorraine.
Move!
I love the grittiness, like the dirtiness and griminess that's just covering all of these men, you know? It just is so much more visceral to look at. That's one of the big guns.
3 cannons.
Oh my days.
MG-42s. I'll draw their fire to the right from the truck.
I love how they're able to just scout like this, you know? Be so stealthy. Oh, it's about to start. The assault on the guns. This is a perfect time. They're taking out ammo. Oh, good idea, actually. Oh, nice! Oh god, someone has to die. Oh wow, this is so genius. This plan? The hand signals? That's really cool. Oh wow. Oh my god. This is so well filmed. Oh no. Oh! Get down, get down, get down, get down. Oh no. Oh no.
One lucky bastard, Joe.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be destroyed. Oh wow.
You hit, pup. I can't believe I fucked up my ass, sir. Your ass? Movers! 1 o'clock!
No!
Oh, get out of there! Get out of there!
Oh my god, friendly fire grenade.
Ready!
I love the mix of terrain that this battle has as well. You have the guy in the tree, you have the trenches, you have the actual just plain earth. Pretty cool. Oh! He threw that grenade like a baseball.
Fuck out from there! No make that!
Oh, the brass knuckles.
Must be doing something right, look! God, I'm so confused, they're firing on the 3rd gun!
They're firing on the 3rd gun? Good.
Malarkey!
Run! How has he not been shot? How has he not been shot?
Why don't you go get it for you, stupid Mick?
Yeah, honestly, fair enough. You deserve to be called out like that.
Hiya, cowboy!
Shut your fucking guinea trap, gonorrhea!
That is a good way to set it off. Oh my god. Run. 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 There we go. Okay, honestly, I thought the gun was going to explode more, but I guess it's a huge hunk of metal. Wow, what a shot!
Think you got enough to take the 3rd gun? We'll soon find out. Oh, Toy, cover!
I like that they still, like, have little fun moments. They still quip with each other, you know? Oh!
Fire in the hole!
That looked like a trap. Nice, they're okay, they're okay. Oh, it was a trap. There was like a tripwire or something.
Italian headquarters! Are you kidding? It's back that way! We know it!
Oh my god, he's so dead. Those helmets do nothing. Those helmets do absolutely zero. So I also really enjoy how organized the chaos is, you know? Like they move so efficiently, but it's so chaotic and random at the same time. Oh my god, these tracking shots of Winters as he goes to the trenches are insane.
105, not 88, sir.
Oh wow, and they did it! They did it!
I figure there's maybe 40 or so crowds still manning 3 MG-42s.
They almost did it.
Nice ride you got here, Nix. Great from Utah Beach.
Just don't fall off the front, it'll crush you.
Dumont, and elements of the 4th Division were beginning to move men and material inland.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
Around whatever food we could before we had to move south and secure the town of Coulterville.
Okay, okay.
Cook their own goddamn food. How we doing, Malark? We're doing good. Doing good?
We're doing good.
Evening.
Hello, sir.
Something dying here?
Then Malarkey's ass.
Yeah, it does.
Ah, the respect. There's respect.
It's been a day of firsts.
And the respect is mutual.
Dick! What? You know that map you found? That had every Kraut gun in Normandy on it.
Really?
I lost a man today.
Hall.
No, it was Hall. Oh, I liked Hall.
Man. Not even old enough to buy a beer.
Yeah, so true. Don't you think it's weird that in America you can vote before you're allowed to drink alcohol? Don't you think that's just a little strange? Wow. Oh, wow. How do you even sleep next to that?
God for seeing me through that day of days.
What are they shooting up into the sky? Oh, interesting. These must be real medals as well. Wow. Yeah, he deserves it, to be honest with you. Wow. I can't believe... Okay. I thought this show was going to be all real stuff, and this confirms it. This right here confirms it. The events that happen in the show are based on truths. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers Episode 2, Day of Days. What a fantastic episode. And when I mean fantastic episode, I mean fantastic episode. You know, the last episode, episode 1 of Band of Brothers, it leaves you off on this impending doom of a cliffhanger. Your gut sinks, and you get excited because you want to see what's going to happen in the next episode, but your gut sinks as the camera zooms out and the planes just increase in numbers and increase in numbers and increase in numbers, and the sound of gunfire is slowly louder and louder and louder, and then the episode ends and you're like, wow, how is the next episode going to top a cliffhanger like that? Like, I am so excited to get into this next episode. How is it going to top that cliffhanger? You get into this episode and it starts so well. The opening 15 minutes of this episode were absolutely flawless. They were incredible, and the rest of this episode as well was pretty much flawless. I mean, I can't even think of a flaw that this episode had, to be honest with you, so I guess the whole episode is flawless. I love that they kept the talking heads at the start of the episode. I thought that was really awesome. I really liked it in the first episode, they had the actual soldiers talking about their experiences and stuff, and I'm really glad they brought them back, and I'm hoping that they are in every episode at the start, and that they are talking about sort of the general events of what was happening in the episode that we are then going to watch, and also how they were feeling in real life. Because when you watch something like this, you tend to forget at times that this actually happened to someone, that this is someone's actual story, that this is millions of people's actual story. When you're thinking about World War II, so many people fought in that war, right? And so many people would have shared this experience, maybe not shared the paratrooping experience, but would have shared the fear of going into combat, of not knowing if your friends are going to be alive, right? You tend to forget that they're real people. So I like having the reminder of these actual people, the actual figures that this show is based off of at the start of each episode, introducing you to the episode. I really like that a lot. And honestly, it made me cry when the guy at the end, the very last guy to talk, was talking about, I don't know, the feeling of fear, I guess. He was talking about something that, and it just made me so emotional, just seeing him tear up, and just I don't even know, man. He was talking about fear and loss and stuff like that, how he'll never forget it, you know, but you have to try and move on. And he was trying to talk, but he couldn't talk. He was stumbling over his words. It was emotional, man. That combined with the theme song at the very start, the music in this show is incredible, and the opening segment, it gets me teary-eyed. Even though it's just an opening segment with title cards and stuff like that, it gets me teary-eyed. That's how, like, emotionally impactful the music is alone. And I'm sure by the time I get to episode 9 and I've seen all of the moments that are flashing during the title sequence, it'll be full on tears. It'll honestly be full on tears. But yeah, this episode opens up amazingly. We get them inside the plane. I loved how the show was increasing the tension and really showing us how stressed the soldiers were. You know, you'd see like the tapping of the hands, the twiddling of thumbs, the shaking of legs, the stares into the distance, you know, like they're not even there anymore. It's like this out-of-body experience for them. I really liked how the episode set that up, and it just really made you feel the stakes, made you feel like these soldiers didn't know if they were coming back or not, and that's what was going to happen in real life. And then I loved the shot, the plane comes out of the clouds with the other planes around them, and then you just see this gunfire glaring into the night, you know, it's like overexposed, just boom, 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 it's lighting up the night sky. You see everything on the ground, the planes are getting destroyed around you, planes are hitting the ground with these explosions, bullets are flying and killing soldiers inside of the plane sometimes. It was just pure chaos. And then when people were jumping out, like paragliding, they jumped out with paragliders, when they were parachuting out of the planes and they were holding onto the parachutes, and the camera became like a POV, like first person POV perspective. Like that was so awesome, and I just loved the chaoticness of it. And honestly, the chaoticness of it in general, like this whole episode was so chaotic because this whole episode was pretty much a battle, you know what I mean? Like it was parachuting off, and that was all a battle. They landed, they talked for a bit, they walked for a bit, they met up with some soldiers, and then the next half an hour of this episode was another battle, which I didn't know if this was like a real battle or not. But I guess it was a real battle because the US military still uses this by Easy Company as an example of how to do stuff like this today. You know, they still teach it, which is super awesome. But it was filmed so well, and something about this show is I feel like the show looks better than like 90% of media, movies, TV shows, whatever you want to say, that came out in 2000 as well. You know what I mean? Like the effects are gorgeous, and some of them still hold up today. The sets are amazing. The camera work is so immersive, even though it's so like, it's very choppy at times, you know, very handheld. It feels like you're in the trenches with them. It's never too shaky. It's never like sickening shaky. It just makes you feel like you're a soldier with them. The takes are usually fairly long, you know, even when the camera's shaky. You see like Winters running down the trench, and the camera's shaking as it's running, as like moving backwards as he's running towards the camera. And it's just so immersive, you know what I mean? Like I haven't really been this immersed in a war thing in a long time. Like this is just so well done. The explosions are really well done as well. For example, when the plane explodes onto the ground at the start of the episode, it's like CGI, and then when it hits the ground, it looks like they detonated a real explosion. It just looks so good. It looks so good. You know, they actually use, you know, real sets with real artillery and stuff like that, the real little explosions for gunfire on the ground. Like everything just combines, and it's just really visceral, like almost too visceral experience at times, you know what I mean? Like this is one of the best like well-made pieces of war media, I guess, that I've ever seen, because like I just forget that I'm watching media at times, you know what I mean? Like it's that immersive. Also, the characters are starting to really grow on me. Winters is really growing on me. Gonorrhea, you know, the soldier Gonorrhea, he's starting to grow on me as well. You know, he's definitely like a dick at times, but at the same time he's also like, I can see him warming up to people, you know what I mean? And I can see him caring about his fellow soldiers. Hall in this episode was a standout, played by the guy who plays Moriarty in the Sherlock Holmes TV show by the BBC, which is a great TV show, by the way. He was phenomenal in this episode as well, and man, his death was sad. The way he just like ran into a trap and blew up just like that. And I really like that about this show as well, how they introduced Hall in this episode, and he was like a fairly major character in this episode, and then he just dies like that. And that's what happens, you know, on the battlefield. You're fighting, you're a person, you're a human being, you just die. There's no epic moment, there's no montage, there's no sad words spoken, you just die. And I like that they did that with Hull, because it's kind of setting up like people will just die. You know, we will introduce people and then they will just die. There will be no sad words, there will be no long montage of them dying. They will just die, and it'll be realistic. And I liked that about this episode. I was sad that Hull died, but I liked that the show did that. You know, I like that the show is going this very realistic route. Anyways, I don't know how realistic it is, but I'm sure that this show is, I mean, has amazing reviews. I know this show has amazing reviews. I know it's one of the most highly praised shows of all time, so it must be doing something right. You know what I mean? Like realistically, historically, honoring the soldiers that it's trying to portray and stuff like that, portraying them in a realistic light and realistic sense as well. I feel like the show is doing that in a very respectful way. Anyways, we are checking out some more Band of Brothers, this time with episode 3, Carentan. I'm really sorry if I mispronounced that, but I think that's how you say it, Carentan. Last time on Band of Brothers, there was the Battle of Normandy. It was D-Day, and Easy Company were paratrooping over to the other side of the beach and kind of squashing German hopes from both sides. Easy Company's task was to take over this artillery base that was bombing the beach, and they succeeded in a master-class attack. Now, I'm pretty sure they are heading south, deeper into mainland Europe, and I don't really know what to expect from here, because after the end of the first episode, there was this beautiful cliffhanger, and I was like, okay, I know what's going to happen in episode 2. Like, I know the general gist of what's going to happen. We are doing the Battle of Normandy and stuff like that. Going into episode 3, I have no idea what's about to happen. And before we get to this reaction, let me do the lighting. So when we turn the light, we said what color it should be. Boop. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the color of the lighting today, I'm actually going to go like a green color, because I just feel like this episode's going to be good with a green color, and I don't really have any basis besides I feel like it. And if you would like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon for uncut reactions to every single episode of Band of Brothers, as well as early access reactions to my Band of Brothers episodes that come out up to 3 weeks early, and that applies to everything else on the channel. Movies, Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, everything. Anyways, thank you so much for checking it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, let's get into this episode. I hope you enjoy my reaction to Band of Brothers episode 3, Carentan. People who skip this intro are monsters. Why is this music so good? Oh, this intro is the perfect intro to just get you into this show.
Get through D-Day, let alone the next phase or the next phase.
I bet a lot of soldiers didn't think they were going to make through D-Day.
I think I was probably one of them. I think I was just as scared as anybody else, except I could think. It's a feeling you would...
That's actually a fair statement.
You know from first platoon?
Who?
Sure does.
What's he looking up at? The rain clouds?
You alone? You're the first familiar faces I've seen.
Aww.
We've been fighting with the 502nd since we hit the ground. You?
By myself?
Trying to find Easy. Join the club.
And you know what? At least he has friends now.
Oh, like this? Nice! That's a beauty shot.
Mr. Chow.
Beautiful camo!
I'll put you all to shame when I get it.
Is he still talking about his loogie?
It's gonna be, huh? They're gonna be okay.
Ask it. You run into Lieutenant Me.
This guy seems like so shell-shocked right now.
Yeah, I ain't holding my breath. Who's in command then?
Winters for now.
Ah, I love Winters.
The man in front of you, lads.
So where we headed to, Lieutenant? Huh?
taking Carentan. That sounds like...
Carentan, is that a town then?
Farmer from Omaha and Utah Beach can link up and head inland.
Interesting, so it's a strategic point.
Platoon, falling behind Fox Company. You people from 2nd and 3rd Platoon, follow us.
I'm not quite sure if his name is Blythe or Clive, but I think it's Blythe. Those are beautiful silhouette shots. Hey, this is one of the shots from the intro. See, we're getting them. It's just taking all their watches.
Hold up.
Yes, sir.
Hubler, take Blythe, go find F Company.
Yes, sir. Come on, Blythe.
Blythe. So does F Company just keep dying or something, or do they just keep getting lost? Like, what's happening here? It's Winters! Hi!
I can hear y'all all the way across the field.
You're not that stealthy. Oh god. Oh god. Jeez, that scared me so much.
There's one less to worry about.
Yeah. That's Edelweiss. That only...
Edelweiss. Watch my reaction to Sound of Music now. D-Day +6. Okay. I really like that we're following Easy Company, but we're also following like the progression of the war a little bit from D-Day down. You know what I mean? That's kind of cool. Could be snipers in that window. Oh my days, look at all of them. Oh my god.
God damn it!
The insane filmmaking again.
Moving, will ya? Let's get him out of there! We're in the open, for Pete's sake!
Yeah, what are you supposed to do? You're just gonna get shot down.
No! You got no jugger here! No!
Oh my god, Winters is really... He's putting himself on the line for this. Oh!
There's one in the right upper left!
Oh my god. Yeah, there's one there. I love the shakiness of it, but it's not like deterring from anything. Like, it's not overwhelmingly shaky. Oh my god, he's dead. Nice shot!
We need some covering fire. Ready, lads?
Throw a grenade in the window. Oh, good idea. Oh, nice job. Hey, look at piano. Someone just needs to play it. Also, I love that there's no music. It's just the sounds of gunfire and soldiers. Oh, wow. What the heck is going on? Is there a tank? Oh, is it just artillery? Oh my days. Look at this shot again, guys. Oh my god. Yeah. I would be like this probably. I'd be too scared to even move. Oh! You have no leg. Oh my days, you're so dead. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not making it.
Right where it should be. Come on. Up, CD.
Was he worried that he had lost his, you know... Oh my days.
Joe? Looking good.
You can barely hear anyone. Oh my god, what does he look like? What does he look like?
Come here, buddy. You gotta sit down. Come here. Come on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm glad this show doesn't shy away from the brutality.
Spirit.
You see what I'm seeing?
Is now, never shall be. Without
I
end.
thought this guy was a medic, but he's just praying for them. When medics were on the battlefield, did both sides not fire at them? Like, was it just like a common thing to do? Wow, that was a massacre.
Lieutenant Winter. Yes, sir? Is it safe to cross now?
Yes. Oh my god. Wait, he was actually shot.
Well, we expect a counterattack. Carrington's as important to them as it is to us.
Any idea when?
Yeah, it seems very strategic.
You can't see?
So he says.
Wait, why? What happened to Blythe?
Blythe? It's Lieutenant Winters.
Is he actually blind?
But things, they just kind of went black on me.
What? Is this actually a thing that happens?
Get you back to England. It's gonna be okay.
Or is he lying about it? You think he's pretending that he's blind so he can leave?
Yeah, what is it?
Thank you, sir.
Oh, he can see again.
I'm okay. I think I'm okay.
You can see?
It's magic! I like that Winters gave him that little bit of courage though. No, like the support that I felt like he needed.
Yes, sir. The way we came in town today and took over. You know, it don't seem like Jer's got too much fight left in him.
Have army rations gotten better over time?
You're shooting the prisoners or the sergeant in his own platoon?
Sergeant?
What?
I didn't hear that.
Wait, shot one of his own guys?
Wait, what? Did he?
What for? On D-Day, Spears comes across
Oh,
this group of
yeah.
Corral prisoners, digging a hole or some such.
Those prisoners that were shot, right?
Passes them out. He even gives them a light.
Yes, he did that. He did do that.
Thompson, and he hoses them.
He did. I said something. I said you're not allowed to do that, right?
I heard he didn't do it.
And we as an audience know he did do it.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to take everybody's word for it. I didn't see any of it.
Let's go!
I like listening to these random soldiers talk about these stories that they've heard.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Frank, I don't know. Until they tell us to stop.
That's fair.
Either at the front of an advance, or, like now, exposed at the far edge.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder that too.
Regiment. Able to item. Think of it. See there? You see that?
Oh my god, get down. Crazy how fast it just starts, right? Like you're just having fun and making some form of joke with your buddy and then all of a sudden you're in hell. You can do it, guy. You can do it. Oh, wow, the lightning.
Oh. How you doing, Blythe?
He's not doing very good, actually.
You know what they said in basic? Dehydration's a soldier's worst enemy.
You know what? That's so true.
Oh, we're just moving the ball forward 1 yard at a time. Nothing but a game. What is, sir?
War.
Yeah.
The rest pulled out sometime last night.
I knew that town was too easy.
Yeah.
So where'd they go?
They regrouped south of town.
Okay, thanks for telling me.
Way to a counterattack when we ran into them here.
Oh, this is them. Okay.
If they don't come before then, we're attacking the first light, 0530.
Really?
I'll survive.
How is it?
Hurts.
War is hell.
War is hell.
You watch.
Oh god, no, no, no. Calm down, calm down. Are you dumb?
I didn't mean to. He looked like a crowd. I didn't know it was him.
Are you stupid in the head?
Look at me.
Yeah, I can breathe.
Okay, I'm
Dad,
sticking some
breathe.
soap on the wound, Floyd.
But maybe it's not 100% this guy's fault. He was standing in the shadows. Like maybe come down and jump in front of him or something. Make sure his gun isn't there. So scary. You can't even see like the colors of the uniforms at night. I can understand why you'd mess up and shoot someone else by accident.
I can vouch for that. You just don't see how simple it is.
How simple, sir.
Just do what you have to do.
Like you did on D-Day, sir?
Oh.
You know why you hid in that ditch, Blythe?
I was scared.
You hid in that ditch because you think there's still hope. The only hope you have is to accept the fact that you're already dead.
Oh my days.
Dog and Fox companies will be on our left flank, moving with us. Any questions? Let's make them holler.
Let's make him holler. I love how they heard the sound and instinctively knew. Oh, you're gone. Whoa, I've never seen a mortar loaded and fired before.
Superiority! Dardair, keep him pinned down! Keep firing!
Come on, come on. Oh my god, he's just in the hole. Oh no, what is that? Oh no, what is that?
Sir, Dog and Fox are pulling back.
Yeah, you need to. Bro, there's a tank!
God damn it.
You have to run, guys. You have to run.
Get up, Blythe!
Come on, Blythe. Come on, Blythe. If Blythe dies, I'm gonna be so upset. Yes, Blythe. Well done. That guy's Winters is just standing. How brave are you, dude? Why can't you leave the mortar shell in the barrel? Why do you have to drop it in right as you fire it? Oh, come on, load it, load it, load it!
I knew you'd get me killed!
That was worthless. Nothing happened. Oh god. Oh my days. Oh, nice. Oh, how do you even beat a tank?
Covering fire!
I guess you have to hit it from underneath where it's less armored. Oh.
Round's complete! Skip! More ammo! Go! Go!
Come on, Skip, get some ammo. Bro, the medic have their hands full, I'm sorry. Oh!
Sherman!
Oh!
American armors.
Finally they show up. Oh, wow.
Shermans! About damn time.
That guy is standing so coldly on the tank. Like, he's so cool about it. He's just... Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. That'd have to be the worst way to die. Oh. Good shot. That might give him some confidence. Or maybe he'll hate doing that.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, you okay?
Hey, buddy. What's Blythe up to? I know he's gonna try and find the guy he just killed, but what's gonna happen next? Oh, he didn't kill him. He's just very injured. Oh, he died. He managed to get away and then he died. Oh. For courage, Blythe. D-Day plus 25. Well, we were at plus 6 at the start of this episode. Now it's 25.
And pick them. Need to take a look at that farmhouse. Who wants to go?
No one. Blythe will go if he's here.
I'll go.
Yes, man.
Blythe's lead scout. Move out.
Blythe is a changed man, I gotta say.
Silk. Figure it'll make a good wedding dress, you know? What with rationing and all.
A wedding dress out of the parachute? That's actually a pretty cool idea, I can't lie. I'm nervous that there's like, what, 10 minutes left of this episode and that Blythe is point.
Okay.
Ah! This is what I thought was going to happen. It just had to be. They introduce a character every episode and then they die at the end.
Fire! Cease fire! Take it easy, Blythe. Take it easy. Come on, dude. Come on.
Oh my god, he's so dead.
I got you. Nice and easy, nice and easy.
They're pulling us off the front line.
Oh, really?
Hot food. And showers.
Oh, is they having like a little rest? Back to England. No.
Of your country, it is my honor to present you with the Order of the Purple Heart.
Yeah. Yay. Oh, is this Blythe? He's not dead. Oh my god, he's not dead.
A second in my calf, then there's the boil on my shin that ought to be lanced.
He only gets one.
Yeah, and he got shot in the neck. Back in England? Oh yeah, looks like they're back in England. Oh, it's so nice to see these guys having fun.
Be quiet for the minute.
Night in the bayonet. The night was filled with dark and cold.
Oh my days.
He pulled on his poncho and headed out to check the...
So they've all gone back to England now, okay.
An eye all red and bleary. Grabbed his rifle, he did not tarry. Hear him flee.
What's happening?
It's me, cried Tab. Don't do it. And yet, Smith charged toot sweet with bayonet. Skewered the boy from Kokomo.
Heading back to...
He did skewer the boy. What's happening? Why do you look so sad? He's gonna have to ruin this jolly night. Are they going back?
All passes are hereby revoked.
Oh no, they know.
So pack up all your gear. We will not be returning to England, boys. Go to the supply office.
Oh, imagine knowing you're going back.
As you were.
Like the mood has just gone.
But thank you anyway.
Oh, Private?
Sergeant.
Lieutenant Meehan's one of yours, isn't he?
I'll take it.
Oh man.
Let's see. Sergeant Evans.
Oh.
Owen. Colin.
Why is she doing this?
Elliot. Blythe.
Oh. 65 men. Oh man, what? That was such a flipping good episode again, and the end was so... Why would she do that? Why would she do that? I swear that woman is evil. I know she was naming names, between like, is this person, do you know this person, do you know this person, but do you know this person, but still, like, you can see this man is looking so sad. Just stop. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers episode 3, Carentan, which apparently is a town in France. This episode was really good, and I really liked the story we were following with Blythe, who was just kind of this random character who we kind of grow to know and understand his fears and his reasons as to why he is scared of fighting and stuff like that, and then he dies at the end. He flipping dies at the end. This show keeps doing this, okay? This show keeps doing this. Not in the first episode, but in episode 2 they brought in the guy who plays Moriarty in Sherlock, and then he flipping just randomly blows up at the end of the episode, and then in this episode you can see it coming too. That's the sad thing with this episode. You can see his death coming. Blythe kills that German, right? And he walks up to the German and he puts the flower thing on, the Edelweiss on, and then, you know, there's like a courage in him, and then he volunteers to go scout out a farmhouse and stuff. Like, he's a different man, you know, he finally has like the guts and stuff like that. He's finally been through enough, I guess, to kind of try and be brave. I mean, even just being there, he's being brave. So that kind of sounds like I'm understating him a bit. I mean, he has the courage, I guess, to stand up and fight and to walk, you know what I mean, to walk towards that farmhouse. But as he's walking, I'm like, I don't know, man. I think there's like 10 minutes left of this episode, and Blythe is leading point. I think something bad is about to happen to him, and sure enough, he just gets shot out of nowhere from a sniper. He just gets shot in the neck, and then he doesn't die straight away. He goes to the hospital. He dies in 1948, so not straight away after. Like, he lives a little bit after the war, but apparently he never recovered. And I loved how at the very start of the episode we see him staring up at the sky, And at the very end of the episode, the last shot of him that we see him staring up into the sky. I don't know what that represents. Maybe freedom or something like that. Freedom from the war. I mean, he's looking up at the sky. Maybe he wants to be in the sky. He wants to be free. He wants to be anywhere else from here. He wishes a bird could just fly away because, you know, he was hiding in the trench, for example. You know, he didn't fight. He didn't want to find his company and stuff like that. And then, you know, we cut to the end of the movie and he dies. Well, he doesn't die then, but it is implies that he dies. You know what I mean? That he is going up into the sky now. He is free. That's what I kind of got from those looks into the sky, but maybe you guys got something different. I'd love to hear about it. But yeah, I thought Blythe was a really cool character, and I think it's super interesting how they do have our other characters in there. You know, Gonorrhea was in there, we had Winters in there, we had Nix in there as well. We had them in there. Winters was definitely very prominent in this episode, but Blythe was our main cast member in this episode. So I thought that was interesting. Some guy that we've never seen before just kind of being introduced, and then we get this whole soldier story about him and how he's so scared and so shell-shocked. And I thought it was really interesting because so far we haven't had someone quite like that yet. We've had soldiers who are super willing to fight and stuff like that. We've had, I don't know, really tough soldiers. We've had aggressive soldiers and stuff like that. You know, all the soldiers so far for the most part have been like very good to the book soldiers. You know, Gonorrhea was definitely a little bit more aggressive, but he's still a good soldier, you know. But Blythe was the first time that we've seen a soldier who's been really scared. You know, all of the soldiers have been scared, but they've all kind of like suppressed their fear to fight. Blythe is the first soldier that we've seen that has not been able to suppress that fear and has been too scared to even move during a firefight. And I think that's something that a lot of soldiers probably had, you know what I mean? Like, can you imagine being in a trench or being in a hole or something and there's artillery fire and a tank going around you and machine gun fire around you? Like, the courage just to stand up is so immense. I'm sure so many soldiers had the same thing that Blythe did, where they were just too petrified to even move. So I'm glad that this show is showing that. And they were also showing that it's not a bad thing, you know, like you shouldn't be ashamed to be feeling like that. Like, war is hell, war is a scary place. And so I like that they weren't like making Blythe look like a bad person for doing this, or making Blythe look very selfish for doing this. I'm glad that they made him look brave, and I'm glad that they showed that, because people react to stuff like this very differently. And so I'm glad that they are showing different soldiers' perspectives, and they're not making any perspective the good one. They're all saying, this is what happened, and so be it. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I see it. I really enjoyed it. The action in this episode as well was really, really good. I really liked when they first stormed the town at the start of this episode. The camera work was incredible. First of all, these incredible long takes, about 10 seconds long. The camera's shaking a bit, but not so shaky like in the Bourne Identity or something where you can't see anything. It's long takes, a little shaky. It just feels like you're a soldier with a camera on his back, like recording the battlefield. You know what I mean? It's so immersive. And then I think what else makes these battles so immersive is that there's no music in them. It's just gunfire and artillery fire and the sounds of soldiers yelling and screaming and shouting orders at each other. It's so immersive because of the sound, and then the shots are so long and it's very graphic at the same time. Like, the show doesn't shy away from the brutality of the injuries and stuff like that, which I think helps it out a lot as well. And then just like the sets as well. I mean, one of the sets is just a field, but even then, like, the muddiness of the field and the hedges are set up so the soldiers can hide behind. I mean, obviously it's a natural setting, but just the way that the soldiers are laid out on this battlefield, it just works so well. When they're in the city, you see the debris lying around everywhere and the dust kind of billowing off of things. It's just so gorgeous to look at, but at the same time, you know, it's so disturbing to look at. It's kind of like these two different things that are merged together. I don't know. It's just really well done. The show is really well done. Probably one of, if not the best war media things that I've seen in a long time. And yeah, I think I'm really excited for the next episode. I don't know what it's going to entail, besides Easy Company are heading back to France and they don't think they're going to be coming back from the country. Also, at the end of this episode, that was like a tug at the heartstrings, you know what I mean? Just watching the guy get his laundry and then watching the woman list off people whose laundry was still there, and they were just all people who were dead. First of all, she should have seen that the guy was looking distressed and sad. She should have just stopped talking, you know what I mean? I understand what she was trying to do, but she should have stopped talking. But it was a very powerful moment, and this show is very good at these very powerful moments. You know, they build up characters, they build up events, they build up the whole company even. Like, I don't feel like I know that guy too well who was picking up the laundry, but I still felt his emotion, you know what I mean? And that's just a show of good writing, you know? We are checking out another Band of Brothers episode, this time with episode 4, Replacements. Last time on Band of Brothers, we had Blythe. Poor Blythe. I really loved that episode because I thought it showed a different perspective that soldiers could have in the war. You know, from before that episode, we were seeing soldiers who were really into the war, like really good soldiers, but Blythe would be defined as not a good soldier because he was letting his fear overwhelm him. The episode was really about fear, and I thought the episode was one of the most humane ones that we've had so far, and so I'm really excited to be getting into this next episode, although also really scared because so far we've had some character deaths that have made me sad. We've had some very intense action, which I have absolutely loved because of the filmmaking behind it. It has been so well done. And I'm really nervous that some characters that I really like are going to potentially die soon. Before we get into this reaction though, let me do the lighting. So we turn the light, we said what color it should be. Boop! Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so I feel like I just keep alternating between blue and green and blue. And you know what? I'm going green again today because the colors on the thumbnail are super, super green. So I'm gonna go green today. And if you'd like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut reactions to every single episode of Band of Brothers and early access episodes of Band of Brothers up to 3 weeks early. This applies to all my other content as well. Thank you so much for checking it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, Easy Company are heading back to France. Replacements, I'm assuming that means they're going to be getting a top-up of men inside Easy Company because I think the end of last episode said like 65 men or something had died in Easy Company. And so that being said, I hope you enjoy my reaction to Band of Brothers episode 4, Replacements. I always forget about this flippin' intro. And then it just starts straight away and I start to tear up. Like I already can feel tears swelling up in my eyes. Oh, whenever this part hits, it's over for me. Literally always chills. I have full body chills right now.
And they accept people coming in like myself as a replacement.
Oh, you were a replacement.
A lot of them were awfully green. You keep them alive, or they could keep alive. A lot of them didn't. But, well.
When he says awfully green?
Eventually blend right in. I think
it means their uniforms were too clean, like they haven't gotten their hands dirty yet.
With replacements coming in because, God, I didn't like seeing them get killed.
Oh man.
But we had excellent NCOs. They looked after you.
So interesting to see the two sides from the actual replacements and then the people who were there before. Like, these are things you don't ever think about when it comes to war and stuff like that, but I like that the show is going through this stuff.
All right now, Lieutenant, nice and easy. We still got a shot.
Oh. What a bad shot.
Have a drink. Don't mind if I do, Sarge. I start winning money soon. I think your buddies are starting to miss you.
Is this the guy from Philly?
Hey, come on.
First one to hit the bullseye?
Yeah, okay, one shot.
One shot.
Why not? Yeah? Make it two. 2 packs.
Make it 2 packs.
Actually, it's Babe Seat, Private Heffings.
Is that right? I don't care if it's fucking Eisenhower's.
I love this guy.
I'm Les Ashy.
Tony. Garcia, I know you're... Oh, gonorrhea, don't miss nothing.
Dude, gonorrhea is the best.
George Luz. Oh! Goodness gracious. 2 packs, gentlemen.
Oh, wow. Was he just playing?
Doris. Just happens to be the name. But a skirt. Who just that day sent Babe one of them letters.
Oh, wow.
He's a fucking hayseed. They're right.
What are you laughing at?
That's right. For what the regiment did. You weren't there.
Hey, he's up, Cobb. It's a unit citation.
You're gonna take it off? Oh, wow. You know what? That's actually... I like this guy.
Shit, Cobb. You didn't fight Normandy neither.
Oh! Dude, what the heck is this guy talking about then?
Hitting the plane before I got a chance to jump.
Hey, y'all! Listen up!
He barely deserves it as much as the next man.
This here is Carver Lipton, the new Easy Company First Sergeant.
Lipton.
Hate to break the mood here, boys, but we're moving out again.
Well, that's it. That was so short and so sweet.
As you can see, this is called Operation...
Hello, Winters. Oh, they're going to Holland.
...can move up toward Arnhem. Our job is going to be to liberate Eindhoven.
I haven't heard of Operation Market Garden, or this battle in general.
These tanks will be over the Rhine and into Germany. That could end the war, get us home by Christmas.
Oh, wow, okay. This is important then. How have I not heard of this?
Didn't expect much opposition. They think the Krauts in Holland are mostly kids and old men, and we should take them by surprise.
I don't know. I think this is going to be harder than it looks, or than it sounds, I guess.
You want to live? Jump ready to fight.
This guy's going to die so immediately. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's back! Sobel, right? I actually don't want him back right now because he's scared to jump. Unless he changes my mind somehow. He's prepared himself there? That was really cool.
Well, he's the newly appointed regimental S4.
Supply officer?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, never mind. Then I like that.
I couldn't believe it either, eh? Maybe he's gonna court-martial me later, huh? Let's get you some gear.
You know what? They probably need all the men they can get, right?
Son of a bitch.
Ah, they thought they lost him.
Sir?
That's pretty sick. Is that a motorcycle?
You'll be the man behind me. When the green light comes on, you could just tap me, all right?
Tap you? What does that mean?
All right, lose your reserve. You won't need it. We're jumping low. Take the belly band and wrap it around. You're fine.
Oh man, look at all these young guys. Oh, if this guy dies, I'm gonna be so upset. I don't even remember his name. I might look this up actually after the episode. September 17th, 1944. Holy chicken. And it's so much more peaceful than the first time that they dropped in Normandy. And this music is so good.
Sorry. Don't be sorry. Grab your rifle. Let's go.
Yeah, not a time to be sorry right now. I think something bad is gonna happen because this is too quiet, you know what I mean?
Maybe they were expecting us.
Oh my god.
I wonder if they hit anything.
Those are bomber planes? It actually is crazy to me though how well these outfits blend into things. Like even in a field like this where the grass is lighter, if they were crouched down, you wouldn't be able to see them. It's just a lady, it's just a lady. Oh wow, what's this? Let's celebrate, guys? Okay, let's celebrate. Dude, I'm actually at this party. I'm in the background over here somewhere. That guy's so small. Oh, hello, Winters. Just random people kissing them. Stop eating cheese.
We got work to do.
I'll call you. Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, these are Germans. Wow. See, it's horrible what they're doing, but these people also potentially contributed to the horribleness that the Hollanders had to endure.
Pearce and his friends here are gathering information as we speak.
His contact.
Children.
These are reliable reports. Anything we can do to help you, we will do.
Thanks, dude. Who are you?
My family has been in there ever since the first plane flew over.
We're,
Fair enough.
Are you here to stay?
Mm-hmm. As long as we have to. Yeah, they don't tell us very much.
Fair enough.
They all speak English. They all love us. What a fantastic country. Hey.
Is that one of the magazines? No, what is that? Oh, it's a matchbox. Oh, it's not a matchbox, it's a chocolate bar. That's so epic. His smile is so cute.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Oh.
Vincent van Gogh was born in Neuilly. Yeah.
Oh, really? That's cool. Was that some food? Oh man. See, this movie doesn't just put the horrors of war as in the fighting, it's also the consequences of the fighting as well.
What the hell's he doing?
He's quite a target, don't he?
Dude, this guy's about to get shot. Oh, yeah, why would you go so far away? Oh my days. Oh, well done. Yeah, exactly. The opposite of what you said. Oh no, not the medic. I thought you weren't supposed to shoot medics. This guy's a new guy, right? Oh. Wow, this camera work again is so good. I even love the little looks that the soldiers give. You know, that guy tapped the guy to go, and he closes his eyes almost like he's saying a little prayer and then takes off, you know? It just makes everything feel so much more real with those little emotions. Oh, those are just people. Those are just people.
Either means the Germans have gone or he wants us to go. I don't know.
He just doesn't want war in his village.
Ramirez!
Oh wow, that was pretty sick what he just did there. This is so cool watching them move forward. Oh, I wish I could understand these hand signals. Does anyone understand? Every loud noise is scary to me right now. That cut scared me.
What the hell's he doing?
Why is he getting closer? The tank is right there! Oh my days, they're about to absolutely die. Oh, goodbye, you English bugger. Oh my god. Run, you don't need your helmet, just run. Oh my days. Wow, this town is so heavily armed. Oh god. Oh my days. Come on, dude. Come on, gonorrhea. I feel like the tank's gonna run him over or explode on him, or both. Oh my days.
Trent! MG-42! 10 o'clock!
Yes, blow them up.
Fire!
Oh my god, what a shot. This is a massacre at the moment for the Americans. And the British, I think, too.
Okay, ready.
Oh my god, good shot. Run, run, absolutely run. Oh. Here's a heavy defeat. Wait, who is that?
What are we gonna do, Lieutenant?
Thought that was gonorrhea for a second. Lieutenant. Oh my god, you're crumbling under the pressure right now. Oh my god, it is you. You are the person.
Let's fall back! Let's fall back!
Oh. Oh my god, all of these real explosions. Oh no. Oh, he died. And again, just like that, the show just kills characters like it's nothing, because that's what it was, right? People just dying non-stop.
Keep moving!
There's not really a heroic death or anything, it's just death.
You guys combined. Come on.
Oh, they're just leaving him. Crazy the tough choices they have to make in split seconds. Oh, they're not leaving him. Oh my god. I love these guys.
Flip. I don't think we know where the bull is now.
Sergeant!
Winters, where were you this whole time? This shot is crazy.
I don't know yet.
Oh my god. That's why you wear a helmet. I guess they do help. That's gonna make the super green shirts of the new recruits less green. Oh, this guy survived. Wow. Wow. Is he hiding in the sewers? Oh my god, this is Bull, right? He's a genius. No, don't even shoot. You're gonna die if you shoot. He made it out of the sewers. See, I feel as if this guy survives, because how else would the show know about his story, right? Unless they make up some stories as well. Oh my god, who are you?
Never fired a shot the whole time.
Really? What was the point of you even being there? It's okay, it's okay. Oh, and look, he's protecting them. Oh. Ow. I'll have something. Oh, wow. That guy just helped him by doing basic surgery. That's crazy. The willingness to help. Oh no, there are people coming to the farmhouse. Oh no, he dropped the thing. Okay, so they didn't find anything, but there's one guy left. I bet he's gonna find something. Oh, he's stupid peeing and he's gonna find the cloth last second. Oh, it's nothing, dude. It's nothing. Oh, lady! Dude, the noise of the plane used as tension. And used as cover. Oh! Ah! Okay, it's possible now that Bull does die because he has two witnesses of what's happening.
It's okay. I'll go.
Me too.
Oh, wow, okay.
I ain't going back up there.
For all of us guys talk about bravery and not being in the battle at the start of the episode. Look at him now. Wow, like you can see the trench from the road, but there's like, wow, the camouflage. What a shot. Wow. I also love that a lot of the times the action is in the background or around our characters, but the camera is focused on the characters. Dang it, I wanted this guy to live. It's American, it's American. And it's a bull!
Hey, Johnny. What, get a little lost?
Never did like this company, none.
It's as much of a thank you as you're gonna get. Oh, he's on the injured bus.
More tanks.
Well, as long as there's only old men and kids.
As long as there's only old men and kids. Yes, that was old men and kids.
I think we're gonna have to find another way into Germany.
Yeah, that's fair. Holland's too heavily guarded. Oh, and that must be the episode. It failed. The Allies' plan to end the war by Christmas 1944 was not to succeed. Yeah, it's gonna take another year. Easy Company's regiment, the 506, lost 180 men, while 560 were wounded. Of the entire 101st Airborne, 750 were killed. Wow, lost nearly 8,000 men. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers Episode 4, Replacements. And that episode was really, really good. It was intense. It was a little emotional at times, and seeing the new recruits was also really interesting, because when you think about war, or when like media like film or TV show war, they will always show like a group of soldiers, you know what I mean, and then you'll stay with that group for the rest of the show. And usually the main aspect around, you know, war media is the actual battling itself. But what I really appreciate about Band of Brothers is that it's showing other aspects of war, you know, the training of it, the hierarchy of it, the friendships of it, the brotherhood of it, and then now the fear of it as well, and now the new recruits of it. You know, how does an older well, not that much older, but an older generation of soldier, the first gen, if you will, the people who went into the war first, how do they cope and deal and bond with another generation of soldiers, another group of soldiers coming in who have fresh green suits, who aren't burdened by the horrors of war that these older, more veteran guys are, if you know what I mean. So I thought that was really interesting, because I've never really seen a take on that before. And it was really cool, because even at the start, the people who actually went through it, those talking heads, they were like, some people were saying that they became friends with them. And then there's this one guy who was like, no, I didn't see a point in being friends with them, because, and first you're like, oh, that's kind of mean. Like, were you like a bully or something? But then he says, because I couldn't bear to see them die. So he didn't want to make friends with the new recruits, because then he didn't want these new friends that he had just made. He didn't want to see them die. And maybe you even look, if you're like in one of those older soldiers who has been fighting for a long time, you look at those new recruits like they are children in a way, you know, they are naive. They don't understand really what they're getting themselves into. And you could really see that in this episode. We have these older guys, the guys that we've been with for the past 4 episodes. They are talking to these younger guys, you know, making fun of them stuff and joking and stuff, but you can see this naivety in the younger soldiers, you know, or the newer soldiers, I guess, potentially not younger, but the newer soldiers, you know, they're talking. There's that one guy, and he's talking about how you don't deserve that badge, you weren't even in the battle, but he wasn't really in the battle either, you know, his plane was shot down. I know he was going to the battle, he took that step at least, but his plane was shot down, so he didn't fight. And then when it comes to actually fighting, it's like all his talk about being a hero and stuff like that, like, yeah, I was about to step in the battle, all of that talk, it just vanished instantly, and that happened to so many of the soldiers. But I thought it was also interesting that we had talking heads of the new recruits as well, and they were like, yeah, we wanted to do our best, we wanted to try and impress the superiors, you know, the people who had been fighting longer, because we looked up to them, you know, they were good at their job and we looked up to them. So even in that sense, there was that naivety in the sense of they didn't understand, the new recruits didn't understand the horrors that they were getting into, the horrors of war, the scariness and the fear that they may eventually get to know, but at least they weren't naive enough to not respect the people who had been fighting before. So I thought that was really interesting and a really cool thing that this episode touched upon. I also really like, as said right at the start of this review, that usually war movies and war media and war TV shows and stuff like that, they'll follow like the same group of people, you know. And at the start of Band of Brothers, I was like, Band of Brothers, okay, we're gonna be following like the same easy company with the same people, and we're gonna really get to know them and stuff like that, and that's gonna be our Band of Brothers. But I think Band of Brothers is more overarching than that. It is more encompassing than that. It is not just even though Easy Company is the people, is the group, is the company that we are following, it isn't just Easy Company that is in this Band of Brothers group, you know. It is everyone fighting the war. It is every soldier. They are all linked together with this sort of brotherhood, you know. They have all these shared experiences. They've all done these horrific things, these things that probably have kept them up at night. And the more I watch the show, the more I think Band of Brothers isn't about winters, and it isn't about gonorrhea, and it isn't about Easy Company in general. I mean, the show is about Easy Companies technically, and how they kind of went through the war and the soldiers that went through Easy Company. But Band of Brothers is more about the brotherhood of these soldiers, and even though there are different men coming and going in each episode, they are still a band of brothers. Does that make any sense? That's more, the more I watch the show, the more I feel like that. Besides that though, some incredible filmmaking. Again, literally every episode I'm just gonna say incredible filmmaking. The battle sequences in this episode were absolutely phenomenal. The use of real explosions, just real practical effects, debris flying everywhere. It looks so good. It is so visceral. Again, there's not that much, if any, music playing during the battle sequences, and so you just get this real like sense that you're in the battle, that you're a soldier or you're someone holding this camera and running through the battlefield. It's really intense and really well done. I also really like how this show focuses on characters more so than the actual battle. The battles aren't there to be dramatic and epic and like cinematic, you know, like they're not there to go, yeah, battles, you know. The battles are horrific and they want you to know that, and so they keep you down and they keep you with the soldiers, you know. There's never like these glory shots or anything, like these shots that are, you would call maybe like money shots or something like that. I mean, there are money shots, don't get me wrong, but they're grounded in this intimacy with the soldiers. You know, you're always pressed up against the wall with soldiers, or down in the trench with a soldier, or, you know, there's two people talking and in the background the fighting's happening. The fighting is never the forefront of the action. It's the soldiers and their stories and whether they'll make it out of the battle, who's surviving, who's not surviving, what are they doing in the moment. That's the story that the show is trying to tell, and not the battle itself. So I think that's really interesting and it's really cool, and it makes the battles so much more engaging because you have this intimate personal connection with the soldiers instead of just having this grand battle with the soldiers as pawns. We are checking out another episode of Band of Brothers. This time it is episode 5, Crossroads, and I am really enjoying this series so far. It is heartbreaking, it is heartwarming at times, it is graphic and brutal and realistic, and I am loving it. And you know what else I love? This shirt, which is one of the many shirts I'm offering on my Patreon in one of the merch tiers. I don't know, guys, I think this shirt is pretty cool. Huxley, what do you think? Huxley's my dog, by the way. She loves the shirt. Anyways, keep watching after this reaction to see what other merch I have on my Patreon. Last time on Band of Brothers, we had replacements, we had new recruits coming in with the older soldiers, more grizzled soldiers, and it was a really interesting episode, which was then followed by a loss to the British and American armies. So I'm very excited to see where we go from here in Band of Brothers. And if you'd like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut reactions to every single Band of Brothers episode, as well as early access reactions to these Band of Brothers episodes that come out up to 3 weeks early. This applies to all other movies and TV shows on the channel as well. Thank you so much if you check it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, let's dive on into this episode. I hope you enjoy my reaction to episode 5 of Band of Brothers Crossroads. I told myself the intro wasn't going to get me emotional this time, but there's already tears forming. It's like the most emotional music I've ever heard in my life. This is also Huxley's first time watching Band of Brothers. She's very excited to watch the show. I told her it was really good. I'm also trying to get my dad to watch this show. Trying to convince him. I know he likes war stuff, war media. Feels like a good dad show, you know?
Understand the people that are under him, understand their...
This episode about leadership? Probably about Winters then, I hope.
Some of the officers, I don't think I'd follow them in the water.
Wow.
But he was one of them.
But Winters, right? They're probably talking about Winters.
Not being first, sending somebody in his place. I don't know how he survived. But he did.
Oh, wow. There's so much respect for, I'm assuming, Winters. I wonder if you get to see him in this documentary or if you don't, you know? What's happening right now? What's he running from? Or running towards? Running towards! Oh my days. Okay, we're in Holland.
Lou? Wake up. They want us back at Regiment.
Seems like Winters is in a nice little house, you know? Just stay here. Don't fight.
Come on. Let's go.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
What was that, lemonade or piss?
Oh, that's my own piss!
Oh, that was piss. Oh, and then Winters touched the piss pillow.
Meet Colonel Dobie, British 1st Airborne. Captain Nixon is our 2nd Battalion, S2. That's 1st Lieutenant.
He smells like piss right now.
On him, fell.
Dutch resistance are harboring 140 of my chaps here, just outside of Jerry Hell Town.
I love his accent. I just haven't heard a British accent in a while.
Position maps in the S2, we should have a look at that.
They say it's about a hideout.
Why does Winters look like he's not like fully on board with this, you know?
Thank you.
We're up top.
How bad is it, kid?
Oh, there's a dog.
Thank you. There you go.
What you call it, Tap?
Trigger.
Trigger? Oh, that's a kind of a fun name, actually. Mine's Huxley.
Got anything on this?
No. It's all quiet.
We got past!
Jeez. It's all quiet and then someone... Oh my god, what?
All right, I got this. Easy. Allie, you're gonna be okay.
Oh my god, what?
What happened?
It's okay. Where was it?
Crossroads, where the road crosses the dike.
Crossroads, interesting.
Boots off, elevate the leg. Leave guard. Use the sofa.
All right, let's get this.
I don't think this guy's surviving. Oh, this is the future. Or the present, and then that's the past.
MG-42?
Yeah.
What the hell are they shooting at?
Jeez, the noises, like the sound design in this show is so good.
Got chicken out anyway. Hold it here. Wait for my signal.
Do you think it's a trap though, because they're giving away their position? I'm so stressed whenever anyone runs, it's stressful. Wow, look how silent they are though. You think something bad happened? Do you think something bad happened? Also, I noticed that Winters was drinking, and he didn't drink before. Oh god, I always love watching them move out. Like, get into positions and stuff like that. It's really interesting to watch. Jeez. I don't know, I feel like they're being too open about this, you know?
On the right. Nail the machine gun. Second on the left. First on the left.
Oh, this is so cool. The silence. Oh, wow. It's a massacre!
Fall back! Fire!
Woo!
Fire!
Oh, wow.
Bring on forward,
ready, go!
I love the streaks of lights that the bullets leave in the night, you know? Oh!
Go get that machine gun on the right flank, go!
Oh, he's so dead. Oh, the gunfire turning into the typewriter. What a transition.
They can outflank us along the dike and catch us out here as soon as they figure that out.
Oh man, you're in a bad position then.
Peacock, you'll take 10 men along the left flank. I'll take 10 up the middle, so follow me. Questions? Go.
No questions, sir. He's like, yeah, I will.
Want drinking?
No, hiding in your footlocker. Drinking.
No. Hiding it in my footlocker. You're a captain for Pete's.
You know what? Great advice, Winters.
Right. Maybe this is a perfect place to stop drinking. Right here on the business end of the Allied advance.
Did he really mean that?
Try writing in the first person, plural, you know. Say we a lot.
Thanks for the tip.
English teachers where they try to help you. Oh, I just self-burned because I'm going to try and be one. I love how easy it is to attach the knife. Like, they're specially made for that.
No, wait, wait.
He said go in the red smoke. What if it's not working? Oh, there we go, there we go. Dude, the silent charge with no music again? Oh my god, that is so beautiful. Oh my god, that is so beautiful. Oh, and this is the start of the episode. How does Winter survive? He literally stands on the hill like a main character and he doesn't die. I love that the Germans could have flanked the Americans, but then the Americans decided to flank them first, basically. You know, charge at them, pretty much.
Holy shit!
There's so many of them. Wow, this is an absolute massacre.
Polish. Listen, Polish.
What's he saying?
He's telling me that they're Polish.
They're Polish? Oh my god. Oh my god. Those look real. Holy cow. Holy beans. Like, the bass is so loud on them. You can feel these shockwaves, like, in your stomach. So the German artillery were basically firing on their own fleeing battalion, right? There's still some more.
Come on, Kraut boys.
Joe?
Yeah.
Drop your ammo.
What?
Oh yeah, he doesn't trust him with the ammo.
One round. Johnny, how many prisoners do we have?
Got 11 right now, sir.
Okay.
If less than 11 make it.
All prisoners back up Battalion CP alive.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god, Winters, man, he knows.
All right.
Oh. They don't really shy away from the injuries, do they? I'm really glad they don't.
Then they hit us with their 88 zeroed in on this crossroad.
Wow, so it was both sides artillery. Whoa, he wrote a lot. Thinking Winter should try and become a writer as his profession when he finishes the war.
22 wounded, huh?
Yeah, one killed.
Who?
Dukeman.
Wow, you're looking at 2 full companies of SS, 7 back in the regimental cage, plus a whole string of them up there.
You got a drink?
It's not bad at all.
Of water.
Ah, okay. So maybe he wasn't drinking at the start of this episode. I thought he was. But I love how Winters, like, one person died, right, in this fight, and he is upset about it, you know? Like, life matters to him a lot.
How'd you feel about handling the battalion?
Sir?
Really?
Moving you up to executive officer, 2nd Battalion.
Congratulations, Winters.
Yeah. Thanks, Doc.
All right.
I bet it's both the worst and best coffee in the world.
Somebody wishes he were back in charge of Easy Company, Moose.
Are you two just here to gloat?
No, just rub it in a little bit.
So does he even have a field job anymore? I don't think so. It's more of a desk job.
We drilled with the boats all day. Lieutenant Welsh is coming along and the Canadian engineers.
Canada, Canada.
Keep moving and lead the way.
Dick, Easy's in good hands.
Yeah, but he wants to be there, you know?
Yeah, right. Well, hang tough.
This feels like Crossroads, not just because of the literal place Crossroads, but for Winters. I feel like Winters wants to go back into the battlefield, but he's not, you know? Maybe he's gonna make a decision whether to do that or not.
Lester.
What?
Come on in.
Oh my god, out of nowhere.
I'll be back shortly.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Sir, you missed a signature here.
He's signing these papers, missing his signature while they're off crossing the river going into war. He knows it's happening. He wants to be there. He needs to be there. Wow, they're stealthy.
Heiliger and the American 101st have done the Red Devils a great service.
Looks like it paid off. Looks like it was successful.
Company, victory, and Kurahi!
Kurahi!
Trust your non-coms.
Halt! It's Moose!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you serious? Who was that?
Oh my god.
What did you do? What did you do?
Come on. Several Lieutenant Wells, now!
Okay.
Bro, you shot him like 8 times.
Doc, we didn't know what to do.
Yeah, well, you oughta. You know, you are officers, you are grown-ups, you oughta know.
Wow, the doctor's really giving him a telling off. Makes sense, I guess. It's a man's life. Oh, we're in France now. And we're like 2 months later.
See you? Look what the train brought in.
Hey, the Daredevil.
Hiya, Captain.
Oh, I missed this guy.
Hospital to get back here, sir. Hope that's not going to cause you a problem.
Would you care if it did?
Not a bit, sir.
I love this guy.
Will do, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Christmas Day. Great. SkyTrain boys.
Oh, the Christmas Day thing. I know about this.
Well, I guess now's as good a time as
What? What's that, a piece of paper? I don't want to see another piece of paper.
Fair enough, Winters.
What are you telling me?
You, my friend, are headed to Paris. City.
Oh, congratulations.
It's been decided that you need a little dose of civilization. Bon voyage.
So like a little break, a little vacation almost?
Nah, the airport's right up there. The airport's as tough as they come.
Dude, I get so mad I'd throw my espresso on that guy's face. I like these transitions. Oh wow. This is PTSD. Oh wow. It's actually a really good depiction of what it would be like, I feel. Oh my god. It's almost like he's seeing ghosts. Oh my days. You didn't really think Winters would be affected by this stuff, right? I've been there. This is absolutely beautiful. Oh, I bet that feels so good.
Well, Don, I was at home in Tonawanda, but then Hitler started this whole thing, so now I'm...
Fair enough, good answer.
Jesus! Shut up! Shut up! I was up $6,000, but I only have $3,600 left. What are you gonna do with all that?
Yeah, what did you even do with the rest?
As a matter of fact, I've been worried about your health altogether.
Hey, Buck.
It'd be impossible to watch a movie here.
I've seen this before.
That can be arranged, too.
Buck.
Oh, he was so entranced by it.
Yeah. It's a real corker.
I actually don't think he was entranced by the movie. I think he was thinking about something else.
Now they've overrun the 28th Infantry and elements of the 4th. All officers report to respective HQs. All passes are canceled.
Oh, God. Hope that guy with the dough survives so we can use it.
Lieutenant Dyke, I've been looking for you.
Sir, we have a problem. Colonel Strayer has not yet returned from some wedding that he's attending in London.
He still hasn't returned?
CO isn't even in the same damn country.
You have a bigger problem, Lieutenant.
Weddings are pretty important though, you know?
Distribute it amongst the men as best you can so at least everybody has something.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
What about Lieutenant Cotton?
So no winter clothes, no ammo, potentially no more ration deliveries.
Got extra socks?
A pair.
You need 4 minimum.
Oh god. They're just scaring him. But I guess 4 would make sense.
Yeah, I got some smokes.
now you're talking.
This is like when you say, oh, I've got gum, guys, and then everyone wants gum.
Where the hell are we?
Sure we ain't in hell. It's too damn cold.
That was a good line. Like a little fire pit to keep warm.
Those roads. So we're gonna put a perimeter around Bastogne, dig in tight as a tick.
Interesting.
Andy, let's roll.
Sir, we're a little short on ammunition.
How short?
There was a limited supply.
Like very short.
Jesus Christ.
Junior was not prepared for this, I feel. You guys are the replacements for these people, probably.
They came out of nowhere. They slaughtered us. You gotta get out of here.
Oh my days.
Come on, take it. You'll need it.
Oh my bean. He's so just like, what the heck? He's zoned out. Like, it must have been brutal what happened.
And there was an ammo dump, so here. I suggest you guys.
Okay, this is good. At least they have ammo.
What hit you, fellas? Everything. The crowd's head.
Is that what's his face?
What's your name, Lieutenant? George Rice, 10th Armor. Good work, son.
Looks like Jimmy Fallon.
But don't count on anything. Thank you, sir. Take this, Captain.
If that's Jimmy Fallon, that's so weird. It has to be.
Paratroopers, Lieutenant. We're supposed to be surrounded. Good luck.
That was tough. That was tough from Winters. Time to defend the roads. Oh wow. In the background. Into the abyss of gunfire they go. I wonder if we'll see the end of the battle. Yeah, it was pretty dire for them. That's a really good quote. So we don't even know. We don't even know if they... I hope it's next episode. We don't even know how many people just died. Wait, I need to look for Jimmy Fallon's name. It is Jimmy Fallon. That's so weird. Is that just like a random cameo or something? It's so weird to see Jimmy Fallon in a show like this. You know what I mean? That's like seeing Ed Sheeran in Game of Thrones. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers Episode 5, Crossroads. But before we get into this review, this reaction is sponsored by my own... Hope you guys liked that video. It was a little, the tone of the video, of that Patreon exclusive merch video is a little bit different than the tone of Band of Brothers. But I gotta say, this episode was so good. And this shirt is so good, which you can get on Patreon. But this episode was so good. Again, just, I don't know how this show continues to get better and better and better when the first episode was already so good. Every single episode, if I was doing like a chart, like a tier list chart, every single episode would be an S tier. You know what I mean? There would be no A tier or B tier. It would be the top tier, the super tier, whatever you want S tier to stand for. It would be at the very top of the mountain. This has the most consistently amazing episodes I've seen in a long time, since maybe the peak of Game of Thrones or something like that. Like, I haven't seen a show that's consistently this good in a long time. But yeah, this episode dealt with some heavy subjects. It dealt with Crossroads. It had some cool battles in it, and I had a really weird, I don't know if it was a cameo because I don't know if he was famous at the time, but Jimmy flipping Fallon was in this episode, and it was very weird. I mean, if you were watching this episode in 2001, I don't know if you would know who Jimmy Fallon was. I don't know if he was like on SNL at all or on late night TV at all back then, or if he was just acting in different things at the time, because I'm pretty sure he was an actor before he became a late night TV host. But I'm gonna be honest, watching this episode in 2023 and seeing flipping Jimmy Fallon, who is like a comedian and stuff like that, has a late night TV show, you know, it's like a talk show and stuff, and seeing him in 2023 in an episode of this show, it caught me so off guard, and it felt really weird because, you know, I know him for his comedy, and so seeing his face in this episode, it didn't fit the bill, you know what I mean? Now, it kind of took me aback, kind of took me out the episode. I was like, what the heck is Jimmy Fallon doing in Band of Brothers? This guy is a comedian, this guy is a late night TV host. Why is he in a serious war drama show? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it was really weird, and I just couldn't put myself in the perspective of 2001, where maybe he wasn't famous and he wasn't known for his comedy, but because I've just seen him around so much, and he's so much in the popular media these days, you know, especially maybe not these days, but like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago type thing. Like, I don't know, I've just known him all my life as a comedian, so it was weird seeing him in this episode. But that was a very small part of this episode. I said it was kind of like Ed Sheeran in Game of Thrones, where Ed Sheeran just randomly appears and just starts singing, and it's like the most off-putting thing you see, is the most random thing. That's what it felt like to me a little bit, but at least Jimmy Fallon didn't sing or make any jokes or anything. He just was like a regular lieutenant or something like that. The thing I liked the most about this episode was actually, I mean, I was gonna say it was actually Winters, but this whole flipping episode was about Winters, which was so awesome because we haven't seen Winters properly in like 2 episodes now, where Winters has been in every episode, but he's kind of been sidelined the past 2 episodes or so to give way to other characters, other stories, which is fine. They've done a great job with that, but I missed Winters, and it was really nice to have him back as a main character. And I really like the episode title Crossroads, because not only were there different locations that dealt with Crossroads, the first battle dealt with Crossroads and the Germans on this crossroads. They didn't know if it was a battalion or not, you know, and then the battle ensued, which was awesome. And then the end of the episode, they're walking onto the crossroads where there's 7 roads going in and 7 roads going out, and the old American troops or whatever had just been attacked and basically been destroyed, and they were leaving, and they're basically sending these new replacements with Easy Company and stuff into the fray with little armaments, little winter clothes, you know, little ammo and guns and no reinforcements and stuff like that. And I don't know what's going to happen, so hopefully they explain it in the next episode. I don't know if they will, but I'm hoping they do, because I'm sure some pretty valuable key members of the group are potentially going to die in that battle. It seems like a very desperate type of battle, if you know what I mean. But those were 2 kind of physical embodiments of Crossroads, but there was also this more figurative, I guess you could say, or unliteral, I guess figurative would be the opposite of unliteral, types of Crossroads as well, with Winters and his promotion, because Winters is super good on the battlefield. We had these talking heads at the start of the episode talking about, I'm assuming they were talking about Winters as a leader, and it was about leadership, and so this kind of whole episode revolved a little bit around leadership, but I felt leadership and this mental thing that Winters had, where he wanted to fight, he wanted to be there and help his troops in person and not sit behind a desk, not do paperwork. He didn't really feel like that was a productive way to help, but he had been promoted, and so with promotion maybe comes more responsibility, more planning the actual things instead of being there. So he was kind of at this odds with himself, where I don't know, I didn't really feel like he wanted to stay promoted. It felt like he wanted to be on the battlefield, but he was promoted, and so he was kind of in this dilemma, like, do I stay behind the desk or do I go out and fight? You know, even when he was behind the desk, and then like Nix or something came up and they were talking about Operation Pegasus, he was like, did you do this? Did you do this? What time are you going at? Like, he was asking so many questions because he's not involved in that stuff anymore, and he wants to be. And I thought that was a really cool issue for him to have and situation for him to be in. And it was really cool, him like kind of tossing and turning about it, how he wanted to be in the battlefield in this moment. But then the show kind of throws this little twist, because you see kind of Winters wanting to be here and wanting to be there. He wants to be in the fray with his soldiers and fighting, but then the show kind of throws you a little twist with this PTSD. It felt like at least post-traumatic stress moment where he's on this tram or something in Paris, and they're going through this tunnel and the lights are flickering, and when the lights flicker he sees flashbacks to the battle that we just saw at the start of this episode. He looks at a boy's face and he sees a German soldier who was also a boy, a young boy that he shot and killed, and that guy had no gun. That guy was of no real threat to him in that moment, but Winters still shot him. We see shots of other soldiers being hurt. We see other shots of soldiers and the fighting and stuff like that, and it was very humanizing, because Winters, on the surface at least, he puts up this facade and it doesn't really feel like he is affected by a lot of this stuff, especially because he has such a will to stand up and be at the forefront of the battle while being fired upon. Like, he's so brave about everything. He's willing to sacrifice himself and stuff like that. So it doesn't really feel like war and these outcomes of war would affect him. But we had a little moment at the start of this episode where they were like, one died and 22 people got injured, and you could see that Winters wished that one person hadn't died. Like, he really respects life. And so then when he's on the tram and he's thinking about it, and it's kind of like flashing on him almost, he's like reflecting on it, and it feels like it hit him in a very unexpected and traumatic way, which was super interesting. And it was just kind of like, even these really tough looking people on the outside who are great leaders, great in combat, and even this guy Winters, who wants to return back to war, it felt like at least, who wants to be with his troops in these moments, even he is being traumatized by these actions that he is doing, by the actions of other soldiers, and by war itself. So I thought that was a really cool thing for the show to do, and it was a very humanizing moment for the show and for Winters as a whole. Besides that, the battle scenes were epic as always. I mean, come on, the silence of lack of music, the soldiers running through the fields, the flippin' red flare, or the red whatever you want to call it, I think it was a flare behind them, like the gas behind them as they're running through the red. And I don't know, just the camera work being so close, and it's a little bit grainy and a little shaky, and it just feels like you're there. I say this every episode, but it's very visceral, and it feels like you're there, and it's gritty and it's dirty, and it's some of the best action that you'll ever see for like a World War II type media type movie or show, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that the next episode tells us at least the outcome of the battle that they're walking into now, because it feels very desperate. It feels very scary because they have nothing, they have no ammo, they have no winter clothes, and they're walking into a place where the last troops that were just there got absolutely massacred. So we'll see what happens in the next episode if they explain it. They didn't explain it at the end. If they show it at the start of the episode, I'm very interested to find out, and I'm very excited to find out. We are checking out another episode of Band of Brothers. This time it is episode 6, Bastogne. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. We are pretty much over the halfway point of the show, and I am really enjoying my time. This show is brutal. I feel like the show is very honest, and every episode so far has been such a treat to watch. I have loved them all, and I really enjoyed Crossroads, which was last week's episode. Easy Company were going to go and defend this road that had 7 roads going into it and 7 roads going out to it. The last company that were in there got absolutely destroyed, so it was kind of a grim ending, but we didn't know the result. So I'm wondering if this episode is going to be the result, if it's going to tell us what happened and stuff, or if this is going to be a whole other section of the war. And if you'd like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut reactions and early access reactions available for almost every movie that come out up to 3 weeks early. There's also some exclusive merch, which I think is pretty cool. Anyways, thank you so much if you check it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, let's dive on into this episode. I hope you enjoy my reaction to Band of Brothers, episode 6, Bastogne. If any of these guys die, like any of the core 4 or 5 characters, it's gonna be it. It's over for me. Oh, that part is so good in this song. Still brings a little tear to my eye just listening to that music.
That our higher military authorities would get to us whatever we needed. And
It sounds like we're doing a continuation, like straight off.
well, like in Bastogne, we're down to one round per man there for a while.
1 round per man.
One of the guys got hit in the arm with a piece of shrapnel, took his arm off above the elbow.
Oh.
We go to bed and my wife will tell you that the first thing I'll say is I'm glad I'm not in Bastogne.
Really? Wow. This is gonna be an intense episode then, if this whole episode is set in Bastogne. And that guy was like, I'm glad I'm not there. Like, that's the first thing that comes to his mind, so. Snow makes everything look so beautiful, doesn't it? Oh my god, he's like frozen to death. Even Winters is looking cold. He's trying to shave. I just don't even shave it. It makes your face warmer, I feel, if you have facial hair. And his shaving cream's gonna freeze to his face, I bet.
Come Sie here. Come Sie here, schnell.
Let the man take a dump first.
Doc, bandage.
Oh, that's good. One little supply is better than no little supply.
Line spread's so thin, the enemy wanders into our CP to use our slit trenches, sir.
Wow, really?
Line.
Good morning, Captain Nixon.
Good morning.
You're spread too damn thin.
Hold the line, Colonel.
They're just...
Close the gaps.
They're basically... What?
Tanks, artillery, got no backup. There's a lot of shit heading this way.
Oh my god. This guy basically just said deal with it, you know? They were telling him like, oh, we don't have this one, we don't have this, and the guy's like, deal with it. You better win. Like, what?
Eugene, get everything you can. You're gonna need it.
The actors are doing a really good job portraying just how cold it is, you know?
They're gonna end right along the line.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is it. So,
I wonder if they filmed this in the cold as well.
That's it. That's all you got.
One morphine shot left.
I need morphine. This is all I got. You got extra scissors?
Wait, this is so interesting that we're following the medics. Must be hard work being a medic, actually. Like, there's not much you can do a lot of the time.
On it. Cup of Joe, Doc? Go on. I need scissors.
Oh my god, and he's using his helmet as a bowl? That's smart.
What about an extra syringe in your aid kit, huh?
Hide your morphine, guys.
Oh my god!
I'm good.
Jesus, out of nowhere! Gets me every time. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, medics would have to be brave too. They have to run through the battlefield.
Well, you're in luck, McDonald. You don't got no aid station.
Yeah, they don't have an aid station, do they?
I do.
I like this guy.
Who got hit?
I have a feeling he's gonna die because whenever they introduce someone like this, they die at the end of the episode.
Replacement of my foxhole, Julian. Yeah? Goddamn virgin, just a kid.
There were a lot of really young people enlisting in the war, wasn't there?
Hellstar Battalion.
Oh my god.
Oh. Come on, Speeder, move. I'll move.
There's like a trap hole.
Guys, we just can't help you.
Oh my god, what is this?
Get your butts out of here.
Felt like an airstrike. Maybe it's just more artillery.
You want syrup with that?
Hey, Joe, be honest. What's in these things anyway, huh?
Nothing you won't eat, malarkey.
Hey, maybe Hinkler.
Do the doctors not interact with the soldiers that much? Like, is there a dislike for them?
What happens if I get hit?
Well, then you get hit.
Heffron. Hey, Heffron, you okay?
No, probably not really.
I need to know whether you kept your morphine from Holland.
No, you asked me already, remember?
No.
Okay, he's just asking everyone.
You still looking for scissors? Yes, I am. For Connie.
I like how the soldiers know where stuff are through word of mouth, you know what I mean?
Asking to dance stop.
Wow, so just across the forest.
Well, what happened?
took them off drying my goddamn socks. They got blown to hell, okay?
Oh, but you're gonna get frostbite on your feet or something.
My stuff. Oh, come on, Doc. What, you got a drugstore in here? But no, I own my...
Sergeant Garnier. Marlena, that you?
He's running around so much. He needs like a list or something.
You move around a little, get your blood flowing.
I can't feel my feet.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
why
you
you
have to
gotta
move
move
around.
around, you know, so you don't get trench foot.
Should I take my boots off?
Oh, trench foot. I've heard of trench foot. Oh, I've seen images of trench foot.
Help you, all right? Just drink lots of water.
Water? It's pissing that hurt.
Poor gonorrhea. Oh no, what does this mean? Is this good or bad? Jeez, they get no rest. You never actually really see what it's like for a medic in war, you know? Like the shows and movies never really focus on that. There's one really good movie with Andrew Garfield that focused on that, but that's about it that I've seen.
Bad, ain't that bad?
Ain't that bad?
I wonder if, because there's so limited rations, the medics have to decide who they want to save and who they don't want to save. You know what I mean? Like that sounds super harsh, but...
Save it, okay.
Alright, let's get him out of here.
If someone has an injury that's like going to kill them versus someone who could survive, like, do you let that person die, you know?
The 326 medical, they took everybody. Doctors, medics, the whole shebang.
Look at these sets.
Watch the leg.
Yeah, watch the leg.
Get him in.
Oh.
Nurse, you got plasma?
Wait, please.
I wonder if these nurses are civilians. They probably are, right? Oh. Oh! You have to have balls of steel to do this stuff.
I'm in heaven, Doc.
Nurse.
Handed some wine by a lady, it's heaven.
What's this?
From the bed.
What, sheets?
Yes, bandages.
You have to use what you have to use.
Comment vous appelez-vous?
Oh, he knows a little French.
Et toi? Tu viens d'où?
Bastogne.
Yeah, she is a resident. You know, whenever you see war like this, you never think
You get me back to the
that there's people still living here, you know what I mean? But there are.
Chocolat. Pour vous.
Aww.
crowd hunting. All right, I'll go. Take these.
Give the boots to Joe Toy.
Tell him.
Oh, he remembered the boots as well? Dude, this is such a nice guy.
Trouble, huh?
Yes, Sergeant.
Yeah.
I guess they do need the doctors, right? I hate the quietness. Oh my god. Oh, you're gone. Jeez, look at him just sitting there.
What do we got? Get down, Julian! We gotta make a move!
He's gotta be suffering so much.
One man down! Easy! Covering fire!
Oh my days.
Right to my right, man! One man down!
Oh my god. You can't get to him. Is he gonna go help?
Let's go! Let's go!
You're just gonna leave him?
Look at me! Look at me! Hold on! Hold on!
Oh.
Come on, let's go! Where the hell are we? Straight ahead! Straight ahead! Keep it!
Oh!
Set it up on the right! Easy CP! Lightning over!
Oh, wow.
He's still alive! We don't know that! We gotta go get him, sir! Did you hit an OP?
I don't think he's gonna be alive for much longer if he's still alive.
Let's go! Back!
Jeez, when this show gets intense, it gets so intense. And again, no music. It's just the sound of the guns and the soldiers, and it's so immersive. Chocolate bar?
Are you still having trouble with your feet?
Yeah. Does he have trench foot?
Let me see it.
Are they gonna show it in this show? Probably.
It's trench foot, toy. If it turns gangrene, you could lose it.
Yeah.
Change socks every day and dry the wet ones around your neck. Do it.
Working on it.
No, you have to, or else you're going to lose your foot.
David.
Wow. Chocolate would feel so magical in a scenario like this.
Not a fucking crowd, so strip him.
Okay.
It's not. It's not okay.
He's beating himself up about it.
Should have got to him.
You couldn't. You couldn't. You would have died if you had.
No shit.
Well, she was. Laid her hands on people and cured them.
That's kind of cool.
Yes, cancer, you name it.
Your grandma did that?
Is that why you wanted to become a doctor?
I'm still trying to figure why they picked me for a medic. God knows.
Do you apply to be a medic or do they pick you?
Just like that, you're a medic.
So it's like a punishment almost? Oh, we have planes now. Is that air support? Yeah, it's air support. That's cool. Oh god. Hold on.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire, goddammit!
Yeah, you're not gonna shoot down a plane with your guns.
Come on!
Dude, this is what they need. This is what they need. Oh my god, this is so relieving. Wow, that's beautiful to look at as well.
Ceux qui peuvent marcher, on les met à droite. This one through here. Now!
I think medics are the unsung heroes of war, I gotta say. No one ever talks about them, but they do such an important job. And they work so hard. Oh, no, she's sticking her hand in. Oh, it's not looking good for you. What is it? Is he dead? Oh.
Just like me. She came to help.
Okay. I wonder how many people did that, came to help.
Your hands.
What about them?
You're a good nurse.
And you can tell by the hands, okay.
I never want to treat another wounded man again. No, it's not a gift. God would never give such a painful thing.
We need some help over here!
Hearing her say that, but then jumping straight back to work, you know? Like right now, it's not a job she wants to do, but it's a job she knows that she has to do.
Right through these trees, just sweeping down to burn the shit out of Roman.
Really?
You got time to hit the books where the cheerleaders run their fingers through your hair? Yeah.
Funny, you don't look like an Edward.
So true. I know some Edwards, they don't look like you, so you don't look like an Edward. What's that noise? Is that a tank? Is this all the stuff, like the tanks, the chaos that's coming to them? It's finally arrived?
Hold your fire! Get ready, Walter!
Oh my god.
Stay ready!
Ah!
Hey, Gene! Let's go!
Dude, he was zoned out.
Foxel, get the plasma now! Here they come!
Oh my god. Imagine trying to do this stuff with all of this chaos around you. Oh my god.
Ready? Go!
Wow, to run through gunfire like this. How are they supposed to beat these guys? They have tanks.
Come on, Walter.
Is he dead?
Come on, buddy. Hurry, Doc.
Oh.
Back to the line.
Okay.
I thought he just got shot in the arm. Was it that bad?
Look, I'll get you another Purple Heart for it.
Oh, I don't like needles.
Hey!
Sorry, I just don't like needles.
Eugene?
I feel like he feels like he's not able to save anyone.
Doc.
Yeah, something's up. Like, is he feeling useless? Like, is he feeling like no matter what he does, he's not going to be able to save that many people?
Sir, General McAuliffe sent a message to the entire division.
Well, maybe your people would like to hear it.
How clean his helmet is compared to the other soldiers.
German commander received the following reply. To the German commander. Nuts!
Nuts! That's... what a thing to say.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you all, and God bless you.
Nuts, sir. Nuts!
Nuts! Oh, that's fun. That slow zoom on him with the sound of artillery just kind of muffled in the background was really well done. The Germans are singing.
She's finished with me.
Oh, what?
Huh?
Yeah.
Why?
Shit. Almost forgot. And tobacco. Where the hell did you get those? Merry Christmas, fellas.
Dude, Merry Christmas indeed.
Frank, what is it? Lemon powder snow cone.
Oh.
Fire's not a good idea.
Just a couple of minutes. We're in a dell.
He's like, Winters is like, okay then. I'll put my hands next to the fire.
Oh, we're in a dell.
Huh?
Oh my god. Happens so fast again. They need you. Oh my. Oh my.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my hand. God.
Oh, what happened to your hand? Oh. You kind of like snap back into it, you know? What is that stuff? Like that white powder.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's something that maybe clogs up
Okay.
like all the holes and stuff like that. Keeps the blood like clotting. It's kind of being dismissed by Winters. What? Oh my god, this is absolute chaos. But it looks so good, does it not? Oh my god. Oh! Oh! Jeez! Dude, these long takes are incredible. Oh, please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. If that woman is dead. Oh, no, 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 no. What is it? Wow, this shot.
Hey. How'd you do that?
Yeah, how?
I'll fix it up.
I don't really know how he did it though. Oh. Okay, he's gonna keep a little piece.
When? Just now.
Yeah, he did. I heard that.
Babe.
Oh, wow. December 26, 1944, General Patton's Third Army broke through the German lines, allowing supplies to flow in, the wounded to be evacuated. Okay. No member of the 101st has ever agreed that the division needed to be rescued. Really? That's interesting. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers Season 1, Episode 6, Bastogne. That episode was so good. That episode was so good, and I really liked the perspective of the medics. And I really like what this show is doing, where it's giving us perspectives. It's not, I mean, we are following the Easy Company, and we do have like these more major characters that we have in almost every episode to every episode, such as Winters and Gonorrhea and Nix and stuff like that. But I really like that this show, every episode is focusing on something a little different, you know what I mean? And in this episode, we are focusing on the medics, and even to a part, civilians during the war, civilian volunteers who were, again, medics. That lady was a medic. But it's so interesting to me because you don't really see medics that often in media about war. They're kind of like these forgotten soldiers, if you kind of understand what I mean. Like, there's this movie with Andrew Garfield called Hacksaw Ridge, and he's a medic in that, and that movie's amazing. But you can probably count on one hand how many shows are about medics during like a war, especially during World War II. Like, everything is about the soldiers or the commanders or the people running the show and stuff like that, but nothing is really about the people who are on the battlefield risking their lives to save people's lives. And so it's such an interesting perspective because it's one that I feel like is going to get lost with time, and it's one that I feel like doesn't get enough recognition. And judging from this episode, they definitely don't get enough recognition. Watching the Doc, you know, I forget his name at the moment, but I'm just going to call him Doc. And when I say Doc, I mean the main character of this episode. With watching the Doc run around trying to save people while bullets are whizzing past his head, while artillery shells are blowing up trees in the background, blowing up people in the background, like, you have to be so brave. And don't get me wrong, everyone there is incredibly brave. Everyone there is probably scared to death and is incredibly brave trying to shoot the enemy. But those soldiers, a lot of the soldiers at least, are in trenches firing. But the Doc and all of the other medics are running around the battlefield in the open and treating people basically in the open in order to save them. And saving success rate looked very, very low. And that's something that I was actually kind of wondering about. Like, how many of these people do they actually save? You know what I mean? It probably isn't that many, because the techniques that they have, the things that they have at their disposal, they have like the morphine, they have that powder, which I'm assuming helps clot the blood. They have, I forget the name of them at the moment, but those things that like you wrap around and then you tie it in to stop blood like going there, you know what I mean? So they have a few things, but they don't have a lot. And so there's only a limited amount of like success you can get when you have like this amount of stuff, and you don't even have bandages at times. You're using bed sheets and stuff like that. So like, I was wondering, it must take a toll on the medics, because they are out here to try and save people, which I actually found interesting. First of all, that a lot of medics apparently aren't actually like wanting to be medics. Like that guy in the trench who was working with the Doc, he was just basically like, I can't believe they made me a medic, like one false slip or something. He said like one slip or one bad shot or something like that, and boom, you become a medic. So maybe medic is almost like a punishment position in a way, because people train to be soldiers, and then if they're not good enough to be a soldier, or they're not responsible enough to be a soldier, maybe they get pushed to become a medic, which is super interesting as well, because I feel like being a medic is just as hard as being a soldier. You have to actually deal with these injuries, deal with these things. And speaking of the injuries, before I get back to the topic that I was talking about just before, I really liked that in this episode, the injuries were not just like bullet holes, you know what I mean? Like when you watch a show, for instance, a lot of the times if someone gets shot, it'll be like a hole, like a little hole, and then like a lot of blood, like a pool of blood. But in this episode, when people got shot, it wasn't just like, there was definitely a hole sometimes, and there was always a hole, but it was more like a chunk of a person had been ripped out of them, you know what I mean? Instead of like a clean hole where the bullet passed through, it was like a hole, but there was also like chunks missing, and it just felt, I mean, it was definitely more graphic, but it felt more realistic as well, because some of these rounds are probably super heavy, super powerful, and they're not just gonna make a hole in you going at such speeds. They're going to kind of explode you a little bit, and that's what it looked like. And I don't know, it just made it seem a lot more visceral and a lot more realistic. But getting back to the medics, I thought the story of the Doc in this episode, and his almost story arc in this episode was super interesting. I'm glad he didn't die as well. I'm really glad he didn't die, because so far every episode when they've introduced a new character, they've died at the end. So I guess you're expecting the Doc to die at the end of this episode, but he doesn't, and it was really nice. But I almost feel like it's a worse punishment for him, because the way that he was, like, his story arc was going, you know, he was starting to zone out. He was starting to like almost stop believing in himself. That's how I felt. That's how I perceived what was happening. You know what I mean? Like at the start of the episode, he's running around, he's trying to help this guy, he's trying to help this guy, he's trying to help this guy, he's getting supplies, he's getting boots, he's remembering this, he's remembering that, he's working so hard. But then it feels like, at least to me, it felt like he was coming to a realization that no matter how much effort he's putting into this and no matter how much effort he's putting into saving people, it's kind of useless in a way, you know what I mean? Like, or at least he felt like it was useless because he was trying so hard, yet soldiers were dying in his hands, soldiers were dying around him that he couldn't save, you know what I mean? And so it kind of felt like that was a toll that was getting to him. And so maybe living at the end of the episode is an even bigger punishment for him because he has to live with the fact that he is unable to save these people when he can, and no matter how much he wants to, he probably won't be able to, like 90% of the time. I don't know, it was just a really interesting, really impactful episode, and one that was centered around a topic that you just don't hear a lot about, that I think deserves a lot more attention, because these people are medics. Even though it feels like sometimes the army relegates people to become medic, these people I think deserve a lot more praise because they are running around the battlefield trying to save lives while still risking their own lives to save one man's life. You know what I mean? I just found this episode super interesting. The battle scenes again were filmed amazingly when the planes were overhead and the artillery and stuff were firing into the sky, and then we saw the Doc running through Bastogne and there was these big explosions around him, and it was just this long take, no music, just the sound of the explosions and him running and screams. It's so well done. It is so well done. Battle scenes have never been more well done in a TV show before. This is probably the peak of battle scenes in TV shows. Not just this episode, the whole show, but this episode's battles were also amazing. But again, the quiet moments of this episode are, and not just this episode, but the show, are why this show is perceived to be as good as it is, and why I believe the show is as good as people say it is. You know what I mean? Like, the battle scenes are epic, but the quieter scenes, the more intimate scenes, the scenes with characters, and the scenes that focus on these people that don't usually get the spotlight are really why this show is amazing. Last time on Band of Brothers, we had episode 6, Bastogne, which was such an incredible episode about medics in the field. And now we are heading on into episode 7 of Band of Brothers, The Breaking Point. And I'm really excited for this episode as well. Also, I just realized that there are actually 10 episodes in Band of Brothers. For this whole watch through, I've been thinking there have been 9 episodes of Band of Brothers, but today I checked and there's actually 10. And so that kind of blew my mind. So I guess there are 10 episodes, so one extra episode for me. Yippee! Anyways, I don't really know what to expect from this episode, besides I have a feeling that's going to be heartbreaking just like every other episode, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. And before we get into this reaction, let me do the lighting. So when we turn the light, we said what color it should be. Boop! Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the color of the lighting today, I'm going to go blue because it looks like we're still in the snowy area like we were in the last episode. And so blue is going to be a really good lighting for this snow backdrop that we're in today. And if you would like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut reactions and early access reactions to my Band of Brothers that come out up to 3 weeks early, which means I am done the show on Patreon if you're watching this on YouTube. This applies to other episodes as well, such as Star Trek DS9 and movies. Thank you so much if you check it out. Now let's get back to the reaction. Okay, let's dive into this episode. I hope you enjoy my reaction to episode 7 of Band of Brothers, The Breaking Point.
It doesn't take too many days of that, and you change dramatically.
I bet.
A dead soldier there, here, ours, theirs, then civilians besides.
Civilians?
I had a lot of trouble in later life because those events come back.
Oh.
And you never forget them.
Oh. Bro, I don't know why they asked me to skip this intro. I'm never gonna skip this intro in a million years. Seems like this episode's about death as well. The talking heads are talking a lot about death. Oh, that part of the music, that's swell, guys. The Breaking Point. We've entered the last year, which is good.
Alright, so right here's gotta be the logging road coming into here.
Yes, sir.
Which means we get right there.
Hey!
Watch his head. I feel like this is the first time we've had voiceover as well.
But for the most part, met little resistance.
Jeez, that scared me. What the heck? He's running. He's running. Oh! Right in the head.
Thank you.
Oh my god, shooting at me, are you serious? There's been 2 jump scares in the first 5 minutes of this show.
Telling everyone just how he'd finally got one.
And down he goes, right out of the saddle like a sack of potatoes.
I'm glad he finally got a loogie though.
What happened to the horse? I don't know. Probably still running. Hope it's okay.
I like that they care about the horse.
Stevens. God damn it. Now where's Dyke? Where the hell is he? Where the hell does he ever go?
He just disappeared.
Shane's with him too.
Shut up, boys.
Shutting up, Sarge.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus, it's who? He shot! Sniper! No, he shot himself!
What? He shot himself?
Is he alright? Fucking way. He'll be alright.
He did what? What?
How did you shoot yourself?
I don't look, Hoop. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Come on.
It's alright. Hurts like a son of a...
It's gonna be...
Yeah, because you shot yourself.
Let me see it, huh?
Hang in there. Can we get some blankets or something for him?
Is this Eugene? I love Eugene.
Listen to me, Hoop. It's okay.
You think it was a German leg, Hoop?
It was Eugene. It is Eugene. Ew.
Virgo, put this across.
It's so interesting because you wouldn't die from a wound like that in your leg probably now, but in World War II it's very possible, especially because if you go in shock on the battlefield and stuff like this in the cold as well, you're probably gonna die.
Alright, hold on tight. Alright, let's get ready to move.
Oh, he's dead.
Stay there, Hoop.
Oh, he's dying. Wow, he actually died.
By the time we got him to the aid station, he was already dead. Yeah. Bullet cut the main artery in his leg, sir.
Oh, that's bad. Okay.
You want to see him, sir?
No, I just would have expected to get this kind of news from him.
Yeah, Dyke's missing.
There were long stretches where we didn't know where Lieutenant Dyke was. He'd disappear, go off on these walks for hours at a time.
It's so irresponsible, don't you think?
If he was just one of the guys in the company, but Lieutenant Dyke was supposed to be leading the company.
Yeah, exactly. That's so irresponsible.
Dyke wasn't a bad leader because he made bad decisions. He was a bad leader because he made no decisions.
Really? You can't have that on the battlefield.
At present, as per usual, but I'll clarify that with you at a later time, Lieutenant Compton.
Oh my god. He doesn't know anything, this guy.
Let's move it out.
This guy is going to get people killed if he acts like this when there's an actual battle.
Damn doors. I know, Bill. All right? It's me you're talking to here. Jesus Christ. You gotta do all this for the CO.
I feel like Bill sounds different in this episode, don't you think?
They've been in combat together since Normandy. He's supposed to just show up and lead them?
It's hard. It's really hard to do.
Toughest, most professional, most dedicated sons of bitches in the entire ETO.
Yeah.
Even if they would, who'd I put in his place? Shams?
Do not ever talk when I'm talking, you got...
No, probably not that guy.
God bless him, no one tries harder, but he's not cut out to take men into combat. I'm sure as hell not gonna make him company CO, and I don't even want him as a platoon leader.
Aw, you know what? At least he tries.
Trouble is, it's not your job anymore, Dick. You gotta find somebody.
You have to find somebody to replace Dyke, but you can't replace Dyke.
Something crazy. Get yourself knocked out of this thing.
I know. You'll kill me.
Even if you're dead, I'll still kill you.
Fair enough.
What are you saying? He's nuts? Because Crazy Joe McCluskey was fucking nuts, babe. That's why they called him Crazy Joe.
Nah, I'm
Fair enough.
nuts. I'm just saying...
He's different. He's different.
I'm telling you. Buckham's fine.
I'm serious.
Sure thing, Buck. Nothing stupid.
He's serious.
Don't do any...
He is super serious.
Volunteer to jump out of a perfectly good airplane. Can you get any more stupid than that? Probably not.
You know what? That's so fair.
No. God, I didn't go for the falls, George. I swam across the river. I didn't think it was all that stupid, but my mom, my sister Ruth, they gave me...
They would think it's stupid, yeah.
Well, they had a point. You're an idiot.
Yeah, look how blood... They have a point. You're an idiot. I wonder how many of these guys actually still know each other after fighting for so long together, right? Like, you come back home, they all live in different parts of America. Like, do they meet up, or do they just forget about each other, sort of?
Huntington, West Virginia.
Huntington?
Yes, sir.
I don't know it.
Okay, and?
He was killed when I was 10, sir. Automobile accident.
That's sad.
What are you doing here?
Talked about the training, how hard it was. Said if you want to make it as a paratrooper, you had to be the best.
He wanted to be the best.
To fight with the best, sir.
Yeah, fair enough.
Try not to think about it that much. Where are you from?
He just leaves. This guy is on his own other planet.
Not quite, but I think I got something that'll help you with your leadership problem.
Huh. Dyke's being transferred?
No,
Oh man.
send him back to the States on a 30-day furlough. Get him out banging the drum for the war bond drive, that kind of thing.
Hey, you know what? That's good. Oh, wait, no, I don't want you to go, though.
I've already seen the States. I grew up there. That's why I came to Europe. I just wish they told me.
Fair enough.
But I'm sure we can find an officer somewhere in
Dyke.
this battalion.
Dyke.
It really means a lot, you know?
Oh, get out of here.
Hooray. Hip, hip, hooray.
Oh, they're so nice to him, though. I thought people were going to be super jealous, but no, they're just like, good job, buddy.
Want to head back to the line, sir. Joe, you don't have to do that. Get yourself back to the aid station. Heal up.
Yeah, you were not ready to fight. Oh.
All right? Then go. Thank you.
Winters changes his mind very easily sometimes.
Has been injured?
It's called wounded, Peanut. Injured's when you fall out of a tree or something.
It's called wounded.
He landed on broken glass in Normandy and got peppered by a potato masher in Holland.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate.
And George Love's here. Has never been hit. You're one lucky.
That's impressive.
And right next to him, that other skinny little guy, that's Popeye. He got shot in his scrawny little butt in Normandy.
He's like, yeah, I did.
One chunk in the face, another chunk almost took out his nuts.
Oh.
Doing fine, Bill. Nice of you to ask.
I love the camaraderie between everyone, you know?
He was already a legend.
Stories about Spears are probably all bullshit anyway.
What stories?
What are his stories?
Well, supposedly Spears shot one of his own men for being drunk.
You're kidding.
Seriously.
I forget what I said. Carry on.
What the heck? This guy's so mysterious and scary at the same time.
Gotta look at this shit! One of those 1st Battalion fuckers took a dump in my foxhole!
Are you serious?
I don't think they wanted to spend much time above ground.
Oh my god.
Looking across the field at Foy, I could see enemy troops.
Okay, we're at the town.
We're gonna strengthen our covers, and we're gonna hang in. We're not gonna fall back. Right, Lieutenant?
Bro, Dyke is in his own world. It's just so interesting as well, watching them craft their cover.
Incoming! Take cover!
Oh! Again, it just happens out of nowhere.
Take cover! Come on! Find some cover!
Oh!
Some cover! Find the foxhole! Come on, take cover!
Oh my god. Foxholes, are they gonna help you against if the artillery just hits you though? I guess it helps you with debris. Oh my days. Ah.
Find some cover! Find some cover!
Wow, with the trees falling down as well.
Lady fingers. I love to blow up dirt clouds and pop up.
Jeez.
Of course, I wouldn't have been laughing if I'd known what happened to Joe Toy.
What happened to Joe Toy? No, no, no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Thing is, you can't even do anything to help him.
Stay in your foxholes! You okay? Can you walk? Come on, find the foxhole. Come on!
Oh.
You gotta eat him.
Oh my god.
You hear that? Is that Joe? Yeah, I think that's Joe.
He has to help him.
Stay in your foxholes!
Help! Help! Anyone there?
See, you want to stay, but there's also injured soldiers you want to try and save.
Come on.
Oh, and the wind is picking up now as the background.
You okay? Yeah. Come on. Come on.
Ah, gee.
Okay, I'm glad they got this guy.
My foxhole.
Incoming!
Oh, again, not again, not again, not again, not again.
Hurry up! Dono! You're gonna get bombed! Come on! Come on!
I really don't want Bill to die. Oh my god.
Hold on! I'll be there! I'll get out!
Ah!
I wasn't laughing anymore.
Oh no. Jeez, the shot. No, 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 he can't be dead. No, 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 he can't be dead.
You stay down! First Sergeant Lipton, you get things organized here. I'm gonna go for help.
Okay. Oh no, oh no.
Medic!
Oh, this is the intro. Oh god. No, no, no.
Doc, what can I do?
Okay, they're still alive, but not really for much longer.
Bill, you going first.
Whatever you say, Doc. Whatever you say.
Over here.
Oh.
Take it easy. Hey, Joe, I told you I'd beat you back to the States.
He's still joking. I don't want him to go.
Some say Buck changed after he was shot in Holland. Maybe. Until when he saw Toy and Garnier on the ground.
He doesn't even want to look at him. I think like that would change, especially if they're close to you.
I guess he just couldn't take seeing his friends Toy and Garnier all torn up like that.
Oh, who can? So now Dyke is
Mark.
fully in command. He was already in command, but now he's like fully in command.
A few days later, E Company and the rest of the 506 cleared the woods west of Foy. There was little resistance.
Well, yeah, they're all going to be in Foy, right? The town.
Here, and I'm gonna go for help. I need to go polish my...
Oh, it's Dyke the loser head. Literally drinking my water for a second, all of a sudden there's artillery shells again. This is the most awesome and horrifying display of fireworks. Come on, get in, get in, get in. Oh! Like foxholes are only good enough for debris, I guess. Artillery hits you, you're still dead. Oh. Wow, how did the medics even hear you with all this noise? Oh! It didn't explode. How lucky are you?
Later that day, we were back in our old position overlooking Foy. We were all worried about Malarkey.
Hey, Malark.
I mean, if you've seen your friends die, like you'd be debating everything.
Yeah, I was gonna get rid of it, but
This is so nice.
Tell him thanks. I'm gonna stay here.
He's on the verge of tears.
Getting even 50 yards back from the line just for an hour or two could make a big difference in a soldier's state of mind.
Really, 50 yards even.
He didn't notice that he'd torn off all his fingernails.
Private.
I got him out of there quickly.
Jesus.
Something we all felt, but you just didn't show it. You can't. It's destructive, and it's contagious.
That makes sense. Goodbye, Buck. I liked Buck.
We cleared the woods east and west of Foy. Now it was time for the inevitable assault on Foy itself. Frankly, I was dreading it.
Yeah, I am too.
The problem was, at least in my estimation, E Company still did not have a leader.
Yeah, because Dyke is no leader. Are we getting this in the episode as well, this attack?
How's Easy's status?
The cups are so interesting. Why do they look like kidneys?
But all in all, I have every confidence in the men, sir.
Good.
But on the other hand, I have no confidence in our CO, sir.
Oh, yes, say it. Praise it.
And he's gonna have to lead those men. He's gonna have to make decisions, sir. And I gotta tell you, sir, I think he's gonna get a lot of Easy Company men killed.
Yeah, I do as well.
Get it done.
That was not clear to him. He's yawning. He's yawning at this time. He's not taking this seriously. Oh my god. Oh my days. Where he doesn't know what's going on.
Keep moving! Easy Company! Hold up! Second platoon, hold up!
Bro, we're not holding up.
On the radio! Get out of there! Move!
So I think we should take cover.
If you hold up, you die.
With you, sir! Fire!
Oh my days.
Roger, kidnapped. Harris, stand by for 6.
Yeah, there's no point. The plan was to go in.
Taking mission around the village and attack it from the rear!
What?
We will provide suppressing fire!
You're killing them. You're actually sending them on a suicide mission.
Cover behind this table.
Yeah. When was that gonna work? Ah.
Fire now!
Oh.
I got you!
This is even more horrible than just a regular massacre because it's just incompetence that is getting these men killed.
We are sitting ducks here. We have to keep moving.
Oh my days.
Dude,
Dude, Winters, get out there. Let Winters get out there. Come on.
Get out there and relieve Dyke and take that attack on in!
Thank you, Spears. Thank you, Spears.
Come on, what? Let's go, kid.
Oh. Ah. Why is Spears so epic? He's like a Terminator.
First to go straight in, forget going around. Everybody else follow me.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Now we have a leader.
Got it, Sarge!
Well done. Well done.
Fire! Come on,
You just feel how heavy those tanks hit.
What do you see, Lieutenant? Armored infantry! A lot of infantry!
And a tank.
And shoot at it. I think they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing.
Yeah, exactly. What the heck?
The astounding thing was that after he hooked up with I Company, he came back.
No way. This guy's actually the Terminator. That's something that you see in movies. I swear, that's something you only see in movies. I can't believe that actually happened. Oh! Oh my god, it's not over. Shoot him, Shifty. Well done. Good shot. Good shot.
You hit bad, Briganti?
Beautiful wound, Lip. Shot me right through my ass.
Oh yeah, you're part of Easy Company then.
I guess a lot of the men thought once we'd taken Foy, they'd get us off the line, ship us back to Mormallon for a breather.
But nope.
But that wasn't to be.
That sucks.
It was the first time we'd spent a night indoors in a month.
That must feel so nice. And warm, finally. But they don't even remember what warmth is.
We were finally being relieved and would soon be in Mormallon. Of course, in the morning, we found out Mormallon would have to wait.
Oh, what?
We'd come into Belgium with 121 men and officers, plus 24 replacements.
And how many are left?
We were going out with 63.
What?
Among the dead were Heron, Mellet, Sawasko.
Oh, man.
But we gained a good one in the end. So I guess we came out ahead.
Yeah, Spears is good.
You want to ask me, don't you?
Ask you what, sir?
You want to know if they're true or not, the stories about them.
Yeah, everyone does.
Maybe they kept talking about it because they never heard Tertius deny it.
True.
Maybe that's because Tertius knew there was some value to the men thinking he was the meanest, toughest son of a bitch in the whole Roman Legion.
That's fair.
I've been told there's always been one man they could count on. Let him into the Bois Jacques, held him together when they had the crap shelled out of him in the woods. You don't have any idea who I'm talking about, do you?
No, sir.
No.
Hell,
It's
it was you for a sergeant.
Yeah, it's you, man.
Hey! Hey! What do you want? Yeah, thanks for crapping in our foxholes, you shithead.
Off to hold the line somewhere else. Beyond the wounded and killed, every man at Bastogne suffered. Men unhit by shrapnel or bullets were nevertheless casualties. Yeah, no, that's so true. I'm not sure that anybody who lived through that one hasn't carried with him, in some hidden ways, the scars. Perhaps that is the factor that helps keep Easy Men bonded so unusually close together. So yeah, these last two episodes were brutal, man. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers episode 7, The Breaking Point. And that episode, I think that episode was my favorite one of the show so far. There have been a lot of good, I mean, every episode has been absolutely amazing, but this one I think was my favorite because the first half of the episode, we had some really nice camaraderie between the soldiers, which I thought was so awesome, but you knew something was going to be happening because this episode was centered around death. I feel that was the talking point of this episode. The talking heads, the soldiers, the real life soldiers who fought in Easy Company, I'm assuming they were the ones who fought in Easy Company, we're all talking about death and how it's hard, even like years and years and years and decades later, it's hard to get this stuff out of their head and they can't do it. And so I was going, and then the episode starts and you're like, okay, this episode is going to be a heavy one. This episode is going to talk about death in some way, right? And maybe in other ways, fear. We had an episode that was focused on fear. That was the episode with Blythe, but I think fear also kind of rolls into this episode as well. And yeah, the first half of this episode, it was really sweet and it was really wholesome. It was like a breath of fresh air almost after the last episode with the medic. After a bunch of heavy episodes, the first half of this episode was like a breath of fresh air because it felt a lot lighter. Obviously, there was still this sense of dread going around, but we had people coming back from injury. We had soldiers talking to each other, cracking jokes with each other. Obviously, we had Lieutenant Dyke, who was super stupid, but he was kind of comedic in his own way because he was super stupid, but you knew eventually that he was going to do something bad. But in the moment in the episode, it was nice to see the soldiers make fun of him and stuff like that. It was nice to see just them talking to each other and see the friendships, talk about how to get into Easy Company, you know, one of the ways to get is to get shot in the butt or something like that. I thought that was really funny. It was just really nice, and it was very alleviating to see all the soldiers like that, even though they're in these extreme cold conditions, have been fighting for such a long time, maybe their friends had died and stuff. It still felt very uplifting, you know. Morale was there. It was like morale was at a high at the start of this episode, and then kind of the second half of the episode starts and things get so brutal so quickly. And obviously the first one, almost like first casualty of this war, would have been Compton, and that's kind of the main message of this episode. Wasn't so much the people that were dying in this episode, but it was more so the people around the people that were dying, the people who lost their friends, who lost the people they were close to, who've seen these horrific things. And Compton was the first one of that, because both Gonorrhea and that other guy who I forget the name at the moment, but that other guy, you know, he loses the leg, right? And then Gonorrhea is trying to help him, is trying to save him, and Compton's screaming for them to get into the foxhole, screaming for them, and then with his own eyes watches them get blown up by artillery. And you know, they're still alive to a point in this episode, but Compton has to deal with that, deal with being unable to save them, deal with seeing these two guys who he's known for 2 years just eat it, just die from artillery shells, lose their legs, all. And it's very graphic too. It was very, very graphic, and I thought it was really interesting because Compton, he is very tough, he does care about his men, but then seeing these two people who he's known for so long, it just broke him. And I think that was the point of this episode, in terms of, even if you didn't get shot, even if you were lucky and survived the war, you didn't really survive the war, because these events that you saw just lingered on and on and on, as we saw from the talking heads at the start of the episode. Even decades and decades and decades after World War II, they still cannot speak when talking about these events. The guy at the very end of the talking heads, he was talking fine, and then by the end of his sentence, he was starting to tear up, and it didn't look like he could speak for that much longer because of the events just rushing back to his head. And so for Compton, that's kind of what was happening, where the events were so horrific that he needed to go. And then again, as the episode keeps going on and keeps going on, we see people dying from incompetence. We see other people, other soldiers that we know, their friends dying from artillery shells or gunfire and stuff like that. And even though the episode ends on more of an uplifting note, which I really liked, because the episode starts uplifting and then it goes to this very heavy part of the episode, and then, you know, they take Foyer or something like that, the town, they take the town, and it's very uplifting. There's a sniper, he kills a few more people, and then they kill the sniper, and again, the episode's a little bit more uplifting. And then they take over 2 more towns, which we don't see in the episode, but Easy Company take over 2 more towns. And then there's that really nice moment with Lipton and stuff like that, where people are talking about, or I guess not people, where Spears is talking to Lipton about he has been the leader for Easy Company. You know, he has been the leader, even though Dyke was there. Lipton was the leader. He was the one keeping the morale up. He was the one giving good orders and stuff like that. Lipton was the leader, and it was really nice. And all the soldiers were happy because they thought they were going to get a break. They thought they were going to get to go home, but they didn't. And even after they took the 2 towns, I'm pretty sure they're heading off to another battle somewhere. I don't think they're taking a break. Maybe they are taking a break. Maybe I just misremember what happened at the end of the episode. But I thought that they were driving off to another battle, another first line somewhere, if you know what I mean. But even then, it did feel a little uplifting, which was nice. But again, I really liked the episode overall and the tone of the episode, how alleviating and how it kind of got us really close to the soldiers, especially the ones that we didn't know super well in this episode, or it just like reminded us of their characters and stuff after so much fighting, and then also so much time with other soldiers like the medic in the last episode, Blythe in the episodes before. It kind of brought us back to our original cast, and it just kind of let us know what they were doing, how they were doing, and then the episode just takes this turn into heaviness, and it was both awesome and horrific at the same time, just like what Lipton was saying in the voiceover, which was really interesting. This was the first episode with voiceover like for the entirety of the episode, and I really enjoyed it overall. It felt like I was reading some of Lipton's personal logs or something like that. But yeah, when he said like he was thinking about the 4th of July and he was laughing because it was like he was experiencing the most awesome and terrifying firework display ever. I fully agreed with that, and the show did such a good job to show that in these really nice long takes. You see the trees falling over, debris flying everywhere, explosions. It was just really well filmed. This episode was really, really well filmed, and I'm really excited to be getting into the next episode. We are checking out another episode of Band of Brothers. Today it is episode 8, The Last Patrol. There are only 3 episodes left, and I'm really excited to get into the last one. The last couple episodes have been really, really heartbreaking, and episode 7, The Breaking Point, was my favorite episode of this series, so I'm really excited to see what The Last Patrol has for us today. And before we get into this reaction, let me do the lighting. So when we turn the light, we said what color it should be. Boop. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the color today, I think I'm going to go back to green. I haven't done green in a while, I feel. And I think I'm going to go green because the thumbnail is a little bit more green. It looks like the soldiers are all indoors and they're all wearing, you know, their regular soldier outfits, which is kind of like a greeny brown color. So I'm going to go green today. And if you'd like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut and early access reactions that come out up to 3 weeks early, which means I am done Band of Brothers on my Patreon. Thank you so much if you check it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, I'm expecting this episode to be heartbreaking. I'm expecting this episode to be violent at times. I'm just expecting a really good episode, just like the rest of the 7 episodes that I've seen so far. So anyways, I hope you enjoy my reaction to Band of Brothers, episode 8, The Last Patrol. Chills. Chills, Michael Kamen. So many chills. Like full body chills.
Very good men there. Toy and Garnier had lost their legs there.
Yeah.
Of the men that got killed in that. But 6, 7 of them were real close.
Oh, what?
Believe I might be able to live through it. So walk carefully. Take care of yourself.
I like that hope. I like that way of thinking, I guess.
Bourne had been made famous by what it did in the Battle of the Bulge. Newspapers called them the battered bastards of Bastogne.
That's a sick name.
When I was finally able to rejoin Easy Company, they looked nothing like the heroes who had just helped win the war.
Really?
George Luz. Yeah?
They probably look so defeated and tired.
Sir, my name's David Webster. I just got back from the hospital. Good for you.
Yeah, this guy's so full of life. Webster's so full of life. Everyone else, no life in them anymore.
About, Hubler, where's he?
Dead.
Hey, guys. Some lieutenant told me to report to 2nd.
No, they don't want it either. They don't want this guy either.
Then the replacement depot.
Well, I'm sure he tried to bust out and help us in Bastogne, Web.
Oh.
I would have done that.
It was funny because
some people
Popeye
did.
found a way.
Yeah, Popeye did find a way.
Yeah.
It's like a bond, a common bond between the soldiers of Bastogne and people who weren't there just can't get into it, you know what I mean? Oh!
Captain Spears. What happened to Captain Winters? He's running the whole battalion now. Go.
Yeah, he is.
But now, because I had missed Bastogne, I was treated as a replacement and felt like I was starting all over.
No, I mean, that's so fair though. Bastogne was a 2-episode arc.
How long have you been sick?
Long enough.
I have a bad feeling about Lipton. I don't want Lipton to die though.
And Spears. He's on his way, sir. Why don't you sit down? Can you give me a coffee? Would you like a coffee, sir?
I would love a coffee too, actually.
Listen up. Regiment wants patrol for prisoners.
This one.
Whenever Winters walks into a room, I want to pump my fist in the air.
Enemy side, up the embankment. We know it's occupied. You can have 15 men. Think very hard about who you want to lead the patrol.
15 men to the building.
Of last year?
D-Day, yes, sir.
Alright, don't get hurt.
He's so young.
I can think of a few possibilities.
Martin, Malarkey, Grant.
For Webster.
Yes, sir.
Tell Heffron, Ramirez, and McClung they're going.
Yes, sir.
No, Webster has experience though. He has D-Day experience.
OP2. This way? Wait.
Shit!
Oh!
Is that it? I don't know. I think so.
Go, go, go!
Oh! A plane?
Hey guys. It's taken?
Go ahead.
This is such an interesting episode because the guy in the back, not experienced at all really. Webster has experience. He is a veteran of D-Day, but he hasn't fought in a while. And he's sort of like an outcast.
So, you want to introduce me to the men?
You're gonna lead these guys?
What?
Come here. I want to talk to you a second. Come here.
Why?
You want some coffee?
I take some coffee.
Any mortars?
60s out back. Is this kid out of high school yet?
He's out of West Point.
Yeah, he looks like he's still in high school.
Ike went? Yeah, he actually graduated with his son.
Look at their outfits. Look how clean his outfit is compared to theirs. I see what they mean now by the fresh green suits.
Come on, Webster. Spill it.
Yeah, he does know stuff.
I said let the kid go. Get to use the experience.
Probably could find 4.
No, he's gonna die.
Flares, a few mortars at night, scattered 88s, snipers during the day.
Yeah, we dodged some mortars on our way in.
He's like, wow.
They have roofs over their heads, sir, just like us. I don't think anybody wants to do anything stupid at this point, right?
Yeah, it's like a stalemate.
Yeah. Heffron?
Shit.
Oh, they don't want to go. Yeah.
So it's McClung, Heffron, and Ramirez.
I'll tell him. I just need...
Nope, they already know.
There is a patrol set for tonight. And so far, Spears wants McClung.
Yeah, we've just fucking heard.
Told us.
I like that how honest they are and how it doesn't really matter.
Beautiful.
Yeah, finally, right?
Good of them. Now we're in a nice warm house.
Also, we got showers.
Showers? Oh! So I guess they just periodically mortar like the houses and stuff to keep everyone on their toes. It's interesting after Bastogne as well. Easy Company are just like this feels like a walk in the park for them. Like they're laughing while they're getting bombed and stuff like that.
In war, soldiers sometimes die in the fever pitch of a firefighter by artillery when they're huddled in a fire.
Oh, it's the guy with the potatoes. It's crazy how fast it can just happen. What's he saying? Is he gonna go?
All right, I'm leading this patrol.
Oh, wow, okay. No, I respect this guy.
And Webster.
You want anyone from first?
No.
Is there anyone you don't want from second? Jesus Christ.
It's all second. Do you think like
Come on.
it almost looks like a hatred that they have towards him, but it's probably just because he didn't have to fight. He wasn't with them, but maybe they also don't respect him as much. I'm not sure. Like he has to prove himself before they let him into the group, I guess.
On this patrol. And maybe if you offered, you could go in his place. Being that you are an officer.
No, I don't want this guy to lead.
Don Malarkey had been on the front lines every time Easy Company had seen action since D-Day.
Jeez.
If it was...
What does that do to someone?
Come on, George. Just give me, I don't know, 10. Here you go. 10, 15 bucks.
Juicy fruit, happy? Just got a report of...
I like juicy fruit.
Like what you did with the plays, George.
Yeah, I did good, huh? How you
All
feeling?
right, as long as you keep your hands off my ass, I'll be fine.
Have a Hershey's.
Aww.
Hey, can you believe this guy? Try to get him out of the fucking way, come straight back.
Yeah, well, that's not what I heard. I heard the crowd
See, look,
finished.
so different than Webster coming back, right?
Be a echelon fucks to
Hey, Cobb, with the mouth, please. The kid's just trying to do his job, all right? Jeez.
He's like, yeah, I'm just trying to do my job.
To the house, I got a blast.
Is Captain Winters gonna be with him?
Jeez, what? I don't know.
This poor guy, he's being asked so many questions.
Don't even smoke cigarettes, damn it! Come on, I got a wounded ass.
Intelligence give you the information on the CP?
I got a wounded ass.
Denied. Anything else?
You're not gonna lead that patrol, Lieutenant Johns.
Yeah, you just actually don't have enough experience. This isn't the time to do it.
Permission to speak, sir. Go on, Lieutenant.
Like, I feel like this guy's gonna die.
I haven't really done anything except deliver mail and type morning reports.
So they actually want to do something. Wow, really? But being on the patrol and leading the patrol is different.
There'll be a briefing. CP 1700. Yes, sir.
Wow, they can both go. Okay.
No way. Not on his first day.
They're not gonna follow this guy.
What? We call you guys too?
So who's in charge of this bullshit?
No, he ain't.
Oh my god.
Lieutenant Jones here. He's the ranking officer, and he'll be along as an observer.
Observer?
Won't, but in any case, we know it's an outpost, wanted destroyed, so you have to lay some demo on a time delay.
Okay. Okay.
Remember, it's about prisoners. Don't pop the first thing that moves.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Don't shoot the prisoners, please.
Klung, Sisk, Cobb, Garcia, and Webster. This translator.
Oh, wow.
The rest of you guys are
As translator.
right, Webster? Yeah. A little bit. Good.
A little bit's enough.
It's not a concern, Mr. Jackson.
This is such an interesting episode. This is not something I would have thought would happen. You know what I mean? But I guess bonds form in events, and if you miss that event, you just can't be accepted back into the circle, or it's hard for you to get accepted back into that circle, even if you fought with them before.
Fine. Hey, Live Gun. You wanna sit this one out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he does.
Nothing rattles, nothing shines, no helmets.
No helmets. You know, at the start of this show, I didn't really understand what the helmets were for, but after watching this show, I'm like, helmets are kind of useful.
You set for tonight?
I'm ready.
He looks scared. Oh. This guy looks younger than me, I swear.
Observation post. Getting back safely could be successfully accomplished in as little as 10 minutes.
Really?
And result in nothing more than 15 Americans killed or wounded in action.
Yeah, that's so true.
Those who hadn't probably thought of little else as we waited for darkness.
Yeah, I guess your mind's always gonna wander to the worst case scenario. And I guess they said it's a full moon, right? So it's not super dark. Dude, they're just sitting ducks on this river. Oh my god. They've already lost 3 men. They didn't die. Are those bombs that's hanging there? You guys think this is going to end really badly? I love this shot, just watching them run to different cover.
Clear. Security out. Go. Move.
That looks like the house that they need to get, yeah? I'm just waiting for a first sniper blast or a first bombshell or something. Wow, okay, it started.
Jackson, wait!
Oh my god, you ran in way too fast.
Keep those drops wide hoch! Keep deine Waffe
Jackson!
Oh!
Cover me, McClung! Keep those men quiet!
Oh God.
Come on, where are you going? You move! Everybody moves out of my command! Are you ready? Are you ready?
This is so intense. Every time someone runs from cover, I feel like they're gonna get shot. Oh my God.
I want you to fall back now! Let's go!
Again, the visual of the bullets being like this streak of heavy light almost. So cool. Probably what it would look like for the most part. Oh my days.
Christ, come on, blow the goddamn whistle!
Blow the whistle! There we go. There we go. Wow.
I'm gonna shoot you, you fucking crow! Shoot him and we'll have to come back for more! You and the ball!
Yeah, we'll come back for more. Let's leave right now. Oh my God. Wow. The visuals, the gunfire coming out of the smoke of the destruction. Oh my God, what a shot. Oh my God, oh my God. Go, go, go. Oh. Webster's so shocked right now. I'm so glad this guy lived. I thought he was gonna die. Oh, his eye.
Still, keep calm, buddy. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
God damn it!
No! No! You can't just shoot them.
Stay calm. The medic is coming. They're on their way.
Where the fuck is the medic?
Jackson's not making it, I don't think.
You're okay, Jackson. Take it easy. Okay.
Oh no.
All right, look at the flame, Jackson. Look at the flame. Okay, that's good.
The quietness. Everyone just stops.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. You're all right.
Jackson's so young too.
I need you to hang on.
Oh no. He's choking on his own blood. He's dead. Wow. Again, the silence, just the sounds of the mortars in the background.
In fact, Eugene lost his life on a stretcher in a dank basement in Hagenau, crying out in agony while his friends looked on helplessly.
Yeah.
They put that in the report on the ADA. We're working on it.
What was the point of that mission? The mission was just to get German prisoners? Like, did they need to do that?
Private Jackson took a grenade frag rushing the enemy OP. It was his own grenade.
Yeah, he threw it in and it went in way too fast.
We heard you got 2 prisoners.
2 prisoners for 1 life.
What are you doing, cop? You leave someone on the bank?
Yeah, is someone there?
It's the 3rd prisoner that was too far gone to bring back.
What you looking at, Webster?
What's it to you? I can understand where the guy's coming from though. These patrols, they feel so useless. You know, you're just taking 1 prisoner, 2 prisoners at a time, and you may be losing a man, a friend, you know what I mean? In the process, it doesn't really feel like anything's going anywhere when you're doing it.
I don't know, Dick. I don't know what to tell you. He gave him a successful patrol, now he wants 2.
Successful.
Now he wants another one.
Well, mostly.
Evening, gents.
I can't believe they're making the same men go again.
Proud. I'm proud. I just saw Colonel Sink. He's proud too. In fact, he's so proud he wants you to do another patrol.
He wants you to do it exactly the same again.
Last night we'll go up in flames, Martin.
Yes, sir.
Means we'd have to venture farther into town this time.
Oh, what?
Recovered all the boats, so we'll be setting off from the same place we did last night.
We're not changing the plan any, sir.
No. Plan's the same.
Oh god, that's so stressful.
Which means in the morning, You will report to me that you made it across the river.
Oh.
Into German lines. We're unable to secure any live prisoners.
Oh. He's giving the rest. He's like, there's no point in them doing this again. Wow. This is hope. This is hope for them. Finally.
Don't bother writing this up. I'll take care of it. Might actually enjoy it.
Okay.
I think you might be honest.
Oh. There goes the house. I was expecting the house to fall down, I gotta say.
Just keep them coming, Luz.
Yeah, Battlefield Commissioner's a second lieutenant.
What do we have here, boys?
A discharge.
Congratulations. Thanks.
He gets to go home.
Lieutenant Jones, regiment has seen fit to promote you to first lieutenant.
Oh, that's good.
Many of us in Easy Company felt that a corner had been turned, and we all might make it home alive.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of war left, though.
Colonel Sink's a bit unhappy with the appearance of your uniform. He says it's not befitting to your rank.
Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this?
Congratulations, Major.
Major. I don't really know the tier system in the army, but I'm assuming that that is a pretty good promotion.
Good work. Thanks, sir. Good to have you along. Good luck, man.
Oh, look at that. They've accepted him.
Here.
Oh my god. Accepted. He had to fight with them again. He had to trust him again.
I wondered if people back home would ever know what it cost the soldiers to win this war.
No, I don't think they ever will.
You couldn't get a hotel room in Miami Beach, it was so crowded.
Oh, by the time they left Hagenau, Easy Company's European campaign had taken them from England to France, Holland, and Belgium. It's a whole European tour. Soon they would be entering Germany. Oh my days. Now that's a tease for these last two episodes. I guess it only makes sense that they take a little break and then they head into Germany for the final push. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers episode 8, The Last Patrol. I almost said episode 1. That is not correct at all. Episode 8, The Last Patrol. And you know what? I understand why it's called The Last Patrol now, because they didn't have to do a second patrol, and it seems like they're getting a break. Not just from patrols, but from the battles. They're moving off of the front lines for a bit before it seems Easy Company then heads into Germany for what I'm assuming is going to be these last two episodes, is to push into Germany. Or maybe we're going to spend one time, episode 9, one time with Easy Company, I don't know, off the front lines, and they're talking and they're chatting and they're having fun, and then the last episode is going to be the push into Germany, or maybe both episodes would be the push into Germany. But anyways, let's not talk about the next episodes because I don't know what's happening in those next episodes. Episode 8, let's talk about the episode that I just watched. This episode was, again, really, really good, and I found it super interesting to see the war, or to see at least the trying to re-assimilate yourself into the company of soldiers, into the platoon, when you have been away at the hospital for a while. It was a very interesting change between, well, change and similarity, I guess, between that New Recruits episode. I think it was just called Recruits or something like that. Replacements, that was the episode. And to see it from Webster's point of view was super interesting, because Webster wasn't necessarily a replacement, because he had fought with Easy Company in D-Day. You know, he had fought with them before. He got injured and had to go to hospital, but he had fought with them before. He was there at the beginning, so he wasn't necessarily a replacement. He wasn't new to the war, but because he had stayed in the hospital for so long, Easy Company and the platoon that he was in, I think it was 2nd Platoon, they didn't really accept him back into the masses. They didn't accept him back as a soldier. They kind of looked at him as a new recruit, as a replacement. And he says that in the episode, because he was in the hospital for so long, because he didn't have those shared experiences that pretty much all of those soldiers had with Bastogne, which was the last 2 episode kind of arc that we had just been on, because that was super brutal. A lot of people during those 2 episodes said that that was the worst part of the war for them. That was just hell on earth. And because he wasn't part of that, because he never left the hospital to go back to that, he wasn't as accepted as maybe someone who was like, and for example, they kind of do like a side-by-side comparison in this episode where he comes back at the start and people don't help him onto the truck, like Jackson doesn't help him onto the truck. You know, people kind of dismiss him, people kind of send him one way and then send him the other way. They don't really want him because they think they see him as a new replacement. But then we have that other guy, I forget what his name is, but he comes back when all the Hershey bars are being handed out and stuff, and he gets thrown a Hershey, but he comes back after being shot in the butt, and it seems like he escapes the hospital to come back and fight, and the soldiers respect that. They don't care if you go to the hospital to get injured. They want you to come back, you know, be a man and come back, be brave and come back and help fight, just like people did, like Gonorrhea did, or not Gonorrhea, Popeye, I think Popeye, that's his name, from the last episode when he was injured and he came back, and then sadly I'm pretty sure he died at the end of the episode, or he at least got his leg blown off. But you know what I mean, he came back from the hospital, he escaped the hospital to come back and fight, and the soldiers really respected that. And you could see in this episode as well, Webster didn't do that, and the soldiers outcasted him, but that other guy who got shot in the butt did do that, and the soldiers basically invited him back with open arms, even though he didn't share some of the experiences that they all did. You know what I mean? It was a very interesting dynamic to see. And there was also that really new and young lieutenant as well. I forget what his name is, but you know, the guy who I thought was going to die in this episode, and he's super young faced, he's kind of tall, you know, he went on that platoon mission, he went on that patrol, and I thought that was really interesting because that guy was kind of a replacement, you know. So we had kind of like 3 stages. We had like an actual young replacement, someone who just graduated last summer, who hasn't really seen combat or anything like that. Then we had Webster, who has seen combat, but he'd been in the hospital for like 4 months and never decided to leave or anything like that. And then we had someone who was in combat a lot with Easy Company as well, but then they decided to leave the hospital early to help Easy Company fight on the front lines again. So we had like these 3 different stages. It was interesting to see how each of them integrated into the group, and it was really nice to see at the end of the episode all of them, or at least Webster and that young guy, the young lieutenant who was then promoted at the end of the episode, which was really awesome, by the way. I think he did deserve it, but it was nice to see them be accepted into the group. You know, they were shaking hands with people. Webster was helped up onto the truck. It was this one experience, you know. I don't think soldiers really hold these grudges per se between their fellow soldiers and their fellow comrades and stuff like that, but it's more so you don't really know if you can trust this man if they haven't been in combat with you. And after Webster was on that patrol mission with them, they realize they can trust him, they start to respect him, and it just kind of grows from there. And I really appreciated that aspect of the episode. Again, the action in this episode was absolutely fantastic, and Jackson's death in this episode was really heart-wrenching and heartbreaking, and it was really well done how chaotic and loud it is. Everyone around Jackson is screaming, Jackson is screaming. There are people trying to shoot the German prisoners because they're upset about what they've done. You know, they hate the Germans, but they also feel like the Germans have done this to Jackson. You know, Jackson's friends are wanting to shoot the German prisoners and stuff like that, and Jackson, you know, crying out in pain, there's blood everywhere. And then as soon as the doctor comes, I think it was Eugene, by the way, the doctor, but as the doctor comes, he sits down and then everyone just stops talking. Everyone is silent, and all you can hear in the background is the sound of mortar shells exploding, and it's just everyone else is silent. You just hear Jackson saying, I don't want to die, and maybe there's a little mirror here or there, and then he dies, and it's just everyone is silent. The room, it just feels like this vacuum has opened up, and I don't know, it was just really, really well done. And it was really interesting how they framed his death as well, how they framed the army would be sending a telegram saying, oh, he died on an important mission that's going to help the war effort, the war push and stuff like that, but really he died in a damp basement screaming out in pain from a grenade that he threw. A German didn't even throw the grenade, he threw the grenade, and he kind of died pointlessly, you know what I mean? And I think that's why Winters stopped the last patrol, or stopped that patrol, the second attempt at the patrol as well, because he realized it's kind of pointless. We're getting 2 prisoners. They didn't tell us how to cross the river. What's the likelihood they're going to do that again? We're going to lose our men to get these German prisoners. We got 2 German prisoners and then lost Jackson. You know what I mean? Like, what's the balance here? And so I really respected Winter's decision when he decided to just forfeit the patrol, just lie to the regiment or lie to whoever the leaders of the war, basically, you know what I mean? So yeah, I really liked this episode overall. I thought there was some really interesting stuff, some stuff that I never really thought of when it comes to war and soldiers and this sort of hierarchy of like people who have stayed together in the war for a long time. Thought that was very interesting. We are checking out another episode of Band of Brothers. Today is episode 9, Why We Fight, and so many people are saying that this episode is a real tearjerker. This one will hit me in my heartstrings, and I'm really excited for this. Every episode of Band of Brothers so far has been absolutely amazing, but this is the one that people say is the best. It is the second last episode of the show, and I'm wondering if Easy Company, if this episode is going to be about Easy Company on their break before they get into Germany, or if this episode is going to be the start of the German invasion. I guess German invasion is the wrong way to put it, but you know what I mean. The start of Easy Company getting into Germany. And before we get into this reaction, let me do the lighting. So we turn the light, we said what color? It should be boop. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the lighting today, I'm actually going to go blue, which may be a little strange to you guys, but blue because this episode is supposed to be sad, and I think blue is a sad color, so blue and sad episode equals sadness overall. And if you'd like to check out more of my reactions, you can head over to my Patreon of uncut and early access reactions to all of my Band of Brothers episodes, as well as other episodes of shows such as DS9 and my movies that come out up to 3 weeks early. Anyways, thank you so much for checking it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, let's dive on into this episode. I don't think I'm ready, but anyways, let's do this thing. I hope you enjoy my reaction to Band of Brothers episode 9, Why We Fight.
Well, but there was something in there that, you know, hey, there was a kid. Most of them were kids. We all.
Aww.
As the war went along, we found out also that it wasn't the Germans per se. A lot of those.
That's so interesting.
You never know, you know. Of course, they were doing what they were supposed to do, and I was trying to do what I was supposed to do.
Wait, I like this outlook from these guys.
Under different circumstances, we might have been good friends.
It's really sad to think about as well. Every time I get chills. Every time right there. Only 2 more episodes left, guys. Only 2 more episodes. I don't want this show to end though. It's so good. Why We Fight. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. Why do violins always make me teary-eyed? What the heck? Just a kid eating on the pile of rubble. Probably used to be someone's house. It's pretty admirable that they're playing music, actually.
All he needs is a little Mozart.
Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Mozart. That's Beethoven.
So Easy Company are in Germany now, and they've just taken a town, it looks like.
But George! Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, come on. I just want to talk to you.
So she didn't know they were in there.
Why don't you leave her alone? Frank, why don't you just leave me alone, okay? You don't like chocolate? Forget it, I don't like chocolate either. Have a fish.
I'd pick up that chocolate bar.
Hey, Captain Nixon?
That was.
So what happened? No dice with the Fräulein? No dice. She smacked me in the mouth.
Yeah.
Hey,
fair enough.
Yeah. You lose your cigarette? All right.
God. Yes. Yeah. Oh, God.
I wasn't expecting this from Band of Brothers. Are they just taking things, though?
Sir, I think so. Same destination?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure it goes out first thing in the morning.
Where's it going to? His home?
Home, sir.
Oh no.
Find his keepers.
What if he doesn't get home? Why would someone say that at the start of the episode?
Dog. Making combat jumps with the 17th. I'm in supply briefings all morning.
I love Winters. Even when he eats something, he's cool.
Where's jump wings?
Not bad for someone who's never fired his weapon in combat, huh?
Really?
You actually haven't?
Not even with all the action we've seen? Not around.
I didn't even realize that, actually.
The rest of the boys?
Well, they blew up over Germany somewhere.
Oh,
Boom.
man. Just like that.
You know, the real tragedy is they also lost their CO, so guess who gets to write all the letters home?
You.
She'll be happy to hear that Sink is transferring you back down to Battalion S3.
What do you think I should write to these parents, Dick?
What do you write to them?
What I said, Nix, you've been demoted.
Yeah, demoted.
You tell them what you always tell them. Our sons died as heroes.
I really still believe that.
I feel like you'd feel so bad writing that, though, you know?
Don't you?
Like, obviously you want your the families to be proud of them. But it's not actually what happened. It's like you're covering stuff up, you know?
Smells sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain.
Yeah, good song, good song.
Bridges when they headed back over the Rhine. I guess our boys in the 17th Airborne did okay after all.
Forget it.
Good for them, good for them.
Don't think. Damn replacements.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah? Any sex in it?
Ain't that kind of book.
See ya. Yeah. See ya.
Hey, this is kind of cool, though, just seeing some of the soldiers interact.
Is that right? Yep. Patrick O'Keefe. My friends call me Patty.
Okay, Patty, well, he's trying to read. Okay.
Shut up. When do I get to jump into Berlin? 2 days later, there they are, with their blood and guts hanging out.
Oh.
Germany is almost as good as being home. I even got to wipe my ass with real toilet paper today. So quit asking.
Wow, that is a luxury, actually. Apologize.
When you ship out? A few weeks ago? It's been 2 years since I seen home.
Jeez, that's a long time.
Check out the embankment on the far side. President's dead.
The president.
Well, I'll call you two.
He's drinking so much. No.
Captain Nixon, good to see you, sir. I think I have some mail for you.
Oh, yeah?
Whiskey?
Yeah, particular brand of whiskey.
At 69.
You can only drink that? Why do you only want to drink that?
It ain't gonna be cheap.
Well, that won't be a problem.
Hey, Bessie, you have news?
Oh, sorry.
That is Tom Hardy, right?
Sir, your mail.
Nix is a mess at the moment. Because he has a lot of guilt on his conscience.
Dog? Look. Katz is divorcing me.
What?
I'm sorry.
Why?
He's taking everything.
I'm really worried for Nix in this episode.
House. Yeah.
That near Berlin, sir?
Nope. That's in Bavaria.
Everyone wants to go to Berlin.
All right, nice.
He did want to give it to him. It's really interesting to see how everyone has so much hope and life because the war is nearing an end. But Nix is the complete opposite.
Shroudy hurdle to the ground, he ain't gonna jump no more.
That is a beautiful location.
That's fine. She hates that dog.
He's still on. I mean, I would be on that as well. Why would she do that? This guy has been fighting for you, basically, and then you divorce him and leave him with nothing. Like, what does he have when he comes back?
Shit. What's it about? It's about why we're fighting the war.
Yes, this is the episode title.
Very bad. You don't say. The Germans are bad, huh?
That's one way to put it.
Finish school first, and then,
Wait a minute, finish school?
Yeah, he was still in school.
Well, figured that...
He graduated.
Hey, you know what?
He didn't have the chance. I actually want to know what he studies.
Literature.
Hey, same, basically.
Yeah.
You are now entering enemy territory. I love that there's a sign for that. Well, this is insane. They're kicking people out of their homes. Wow. Wow, what a shot. So all the people have to leave their homes, and then the troops come into the town to secure the town. Or are those not? No! Those are German soldiers. They're not even civilians, they're German soldiers.
Bastards! That's right! Say hello to Ford! And
Wow.
General fucking
Got him.
ignorant, servile scum! What the fuck are we doing here? Huh?
Oh, wow. And I like what Webster was saying, and then you go back to the talking heads at the start of this episode saying that the Germans were just doing their jobs. It's interesting. Are you allowed to do that? I feel like if you're just executing prisoners like that, how much better are you than the enemy?
The Woods have third swing around.
Yes, sir. First Sergeant Talbot!
Not worried about an ambush, are you?
No.
No, but yes.
Okay.
Sarge.
Why the hell are you so jumpy, boy?
I'm not jumpy.
This is like one of his first missions.
Hey, George. Kind of reminds you of Bastogne.
It does a little bit, actually. It's like, finally, whiskey. Why does he only want to drink one brand? There's some general's house or something. Oh, and the dog. Oh God, I'm so stressed. The safeties are off. Oh, look at that shot. What happened? Why are you running? What happened?
Yeah, Major Winters is right there.
Yeah, what's happening? What's so important? What did they see?
What? Frank, what is it?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know. Oh my God, it's a camp. Did they not even know about this? Oh, look at that person. Oh my God. I wasn't expecting this at all.
Back.
Oh. I have full body chills right now.
Front, right now.
Sure.
All right, boys. These people need care. Give them water and any spare.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. This is one of the most vivid descriptions of one of these types of camps. And wasn't one of the things where when they found these people, you can't feed or get them to drink water like in huge quantities because their stomachs had shrunk so much, so you had to feed and make them drink like really slow. Oh. Oh, I'm so cold.
Lebend.
Well, the prisoner's still in him, sir.
Oh,
Jesus
what?
Christ.
Sorry guys, this reaction now is just becoming ohs and whats. I have nothing else to say.
The prisoner so
Töteten so viele sie konnten.
killed as many as they could.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think so.
So they just burnt huts, massacred the prisoners until they had no bullets left.
Nein.
No.
Ärzte, Musiker, Beamte, Bauern,
Doctors, musicians,
Schreiber.
They're just regular people.
Jews.
Yeah, there we go.
Wie bitte? Was sagen Sie?
Dass das Frauenlager bei...
Isn't this guy who's talking, he's Jewish too? No? He wanted to marry someone who's Jewish.
Look at their arms.
I have no words. I have no words. Oh, wow. Oh my god. This is the absolute worst that mankind has to offer. Seeing them say thank you and stuff is heart touching. I don't know the words at the moment. My nose is running too much. I need some tissue. Oh. Sorry guys, that was gross.
Let's go, let's pick up the pace here, come on.
That was the most emotional scene of Band of Brothers yet. No, sorry guy, this is for a cause. I don't care if they're stealing from you anymore. Don't shoot him. He's not a Nazi.
Bitte töten Sie mich nicht. Ich verstehe nicht, was Sie da sagen.
Webby says he doesn't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, I bet. I wonder if the citizens never even knew.
Well, Sergeant. Now, Doc, you tell Major Winters, Captain Nixon, what you just told me.
Yes, sir. We need to stop giving these men food.
This is what I said. This is what I said.
Themselves to death. We need to keep them in the camp till we can find a place for them in town.
Yeah, I said this earlier. You have to feed them in really small rations.
Been taking medical treatment, so until we find some place better.
Girl's sick.
But at least give them like a bed and stuff, you know what I mean? And let them know what's going to happen.
Oh, für eine kurze Zeit. Damit wir.
Imagine having to say this to them.
Es ist für ihr eigenes Buch.
Oh man. Oh man. Like, I do understand that they're saving these people, but to just put them back into the camp for a bit, it's like an extra layer of torture, you know what I mean? Because then the Jewish people in the camp are like, they don't fully understand what's going on.
Seems the Russians liberated one a lot worse.
Worse.
Oh, did they liberate Auschwitz?
General Taylor declared martial law about an hour ago. Ordered every able-bodied German in town aged 14 to 80 to start burying them.
Wow, really?
Tail them, thaw them, tomorrow. 1,200 hours.
Okay. And that's where we were at the start of the episode. Something that you never really see in movies is the smell of these camps, which this show is portraying really well. It's the smell of death. See, I don't think the citizens knew, and I think they're shocked. Shocked is an understatement, actually. Oh, it's this woman. It's this woman. She would have known, right? Because her husband was a general or something. It's Beethoven. We're here now.
Hitler's dead.
And he's dead. There we go. Because he died before the war ended.
But he didn't.
And here we are. During the following months, Allied forces discovered numerous POW concentration and death camps. These camps were part of the Nazi attempt to effect the final solution to the Jewish question. Between 1942 and 1945, 5 million ethnic minorities and 6 million Jews were murdered, many of them in the camp. I knew that that the Germans and stuff were all about the Aryan race being the superior race, but I didn't know that ethnic minorities also went to the camps. I thought it was just Jewish people who went to the camps. And that was my reaction to Why We Fight, episode 9 of Band of Brothers. And this review is going to be not the best because I literally just pressed pause on the episode to end the episode. And my nose is running and my eyes have some water in them. I don't know if it's tears or, it's just raining in my room, and there's just water kind of forming in my eyes a little bit. But you know what? It's not tears. It's not tears. But this episode was the best episode so far. This episode was definitely the best episode so far. And I'm going to be honest, don't know if I really have like the brain cognition to fully form thoughts on why I think this is the best episode so far. The episode just ended, and that's how I feel. And I'm going off of this feeling in the first place. You know what I mean? That's how I usually do my reviews, I guess. I finish the movie, I finish the show, the episode, and I go, how do I feel about that episode? You know what I mean? Even if I don't have the full formed thoughts for the episode. But this one was big. I mean, it was already really good. It was already really good until the halfway point of the episode. And then we get to the halfway point of the episode. We get to the part where we get to the concentration camps. And then we get that reveal. And the episode goes from great to absolutely amazing. But in this step up from great to absolutely amazing, it also goes from like amazing to horrific. Like not horrifically bad, but horrific in terms of what we are seeing on screen. And I have to say, this was one of the more visceral showings and depictions of a concentration camp that I've ever seen in media. Like, I've watched Schindler's List. I watched it on the channel. If you haven't seen my reaction to that, go check it out, because I absolutely loved that movie. But it was also a really tough watch. But this depiction of the Holocaust, I mean, the depiction of the Holocaust in Schindler's List is pretty much the whole Holocaust from the start to the end, and the concentration camps. It's very brutal. It's a very brutal movie, don't get me wrong. But this one felt more brutal, but it also felt more realistic in a way. I don't know, there were just extra things about this, the dead bodies lining the road and like the dirt and stuff like that, the skinniness of the bodies, the frailness of the bodies and stuff like that. I loved that they had that attention to detail about the feeding of the people in the concentration camps. And I was saying that before the show even brought that up, but I was pretty sure that, because they had been starved so much, because they barely ate anything, their stomachs had shrank and shrank and shrank and shrank, and so eating too much and drinking too much would cause them to die. I'm not quite sure scientifically how that would cause them to die, but I was pretty sure that was a thing. And then when the show brought it up, I was like, oh yeah, my knowledge is here, you know what I mean? But yeah, seeing that, and then seeing like how close together they sleep, seeing them, or not seeing them, but hearing about them getting shot, how their huts and houses and stuff were burnt down, how they were just regular people just living their lives and brought into the camp. And it was also the smell. Showing the smell in the show was something that I haven't really seen done before in media. Even in Schindler's List, I don't really know if there was a time where you can see characters viscerally throwing up and holding handkerchiefs to their faces because of the smell of these concentration camps. But in this episode, we got to see that. We got to feel, at least, or see what it would have been like to smell death. You know what I mean? To smell death, which is also a really interesting concept. I'm actually reading, let me just grab it. I'm reading this book right now called The Backwash of War, which is about an American nurse in World War I. So not World War II, but in World War I. But she's a nurse, and so she talks about all of these. It's called The Backwash of War. I don't know if I already said that. But she talks about all of these like cases and all of these people and soldiers that she has to deal with and treat and stuff like that, and how a lot of them she can't actually treat. Like a lot of them just die off. But she talks about the smell of death, and she talks about smell a lot in this book. I'm only halfway through it at the moment, but she talks about smell a lot. And so it's something that media doesn't really pick up on, or at least movies about war doesn't really pick up on, is that war smells, but there is a distinct smell of death. You know what I mean? There's a difference between something that just smells bad and something that smells like death, and people know the difference. And this book talks about that, and I think this episode knew that and picked up on it and relayed that information really, really well, where it wasn't just something that smelled bad. It wasn't just that the people in the concentration camps hadn't showered in a long time, for instance, and they smelled bad. The camp itself smelled like death, and it made the soldiers think of death, which is a really interesting concept, but one that I can't dive into more at the moment because I want to talk about something else. I also really liked Nix's journey in this episode, and why we fight actually I think really relates to Nix. I think it relates to all the soldiers in the war, and because in this episode, the first half of this episode, there were a lot of talk about soldiers and soldiers' families and what they're going to do when the war is over and stuff like that, and how they're basically, there was one talk, I think Spear said at one point that the war has become less about fighting and more about who gets to do what for like the glory of war and stuff like that, which was really interesting. But I think why we fight specifically relates to Nix in this episode as well, because Nix lost a lot of stuff at the start of this episode. He lost his wife, he lost his kids, he lost his dog, he lost his house, he lost his rank, he got demoted, he lost his whiskey, you know, like everything was looking very bleak for Nix, and the reasons to why he was fighting in his mind were gone, you know what I mean? Like, he was fighting for his family, he was fighting for his home, he was fighting for his country, but most of those things weren't in his life anymore. Like, his wife had taken most of those stuff, including herself, out of the picture, and so what was his reason to fight anymore? You know what I mean? And then he stumbles upon the concentration camp. And there's this realization in him, and that I think he is very changed by the end, by the time he says Beethoven and stuff like that and the war is over. He's a very changed person at that point, because he realizes that the war is much bigger than just himself, that the war that he is fighting not just for his family and not just for his wife and his house and his home, but he is fighting for these people, like the Jewish people in that concentration camp that he helped to liberate. He's fighting against this cruelty, this inhumanity, you know what I mean? He's fighting for a much bigger picture that he didn't realize until that moment. And I thought that was a really interesting realization that not just Nix would have had at that moment, that many, if not all of the soldiers would have had in that moment. But specifically in this episode, it was Nix who was the central focus. And I think Nix really had that realization. And I think the episode really pounded that message home really, really well. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say about the episode at the moment. I'm still just kind of thinking it over. My nose is super stuffed up from just tearing up. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but it's like clogged. I can't even breathe through it at the moment. I need to like just forcefully blow everything out, which is a little gross. I would do that off camera. We are checking out the very last episode of Band of Brothers Points, which is episode 10. And I have to say, I'm really sad that we are at the last episode, because I have really, really enjoyed this show. It has been one of my favorite shows that I've watched on the channel, and it's become one of my favorite shows in general, from the quality of the writing to the visceralness of the action. Everything about this show is top quality, and the last episode in particular, episode 9, really hit home for me. I've been thinking about it all week, but I'm really excited to be watching this final episode to see the conclusion of this show. I'm sure it's going to be the end of the war. Maybe our soldiers, our Easy Company soldiers, are going to be heading home or something like that. I don't really know, but I'm excited to find out. But before we do the reaction, let me do the lighting. So we turn on the light, we decide what color it should be. Boop. Nice, nice, nice. As you can see, there is no lighting because my color changing light is still broken, so I need to buy a new one. Rest in peace to my old color changing light. But in the color changing light stead, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's been watching along my Band of Brothers reactions. It really means a lot, and thank you so much for tuning in. And before we get into this reaction, if you would like to check out more of my videos, you're going to head over to my Patreon of uncut and early access reactions to my movies and TV shows, such as all Band of Brothers reactions have uncut videos where you can watch along the show with me. There's also exclusive Patreon merch. And yeah, thank you so much for checking it out. Now let's get back to the video. Okay, Band of Brothers, let's get into this thing. I hope you enjoy my reaction to episode 10 of Band of Brothers Points. The last time we're gonna hear this intro. Here's the best part coming up right now. It's so, I get chills every time. It's so good. Oh, and that part too, when the strings just come in. You know, I don't think there's ever been an intro that actually makes me emotional like this. This intro is just special. I don't know why, it just is. The final part. We're in Austria. Okay, okay. I've always wanted to go to Austria. It looks beautiful.
Morning.
Yeah, I heard reports about a red-headed Eskimo.
These two are the real ones.
Ran into the regimental photographer. Said he had all these photographs of the 506th.
Oh, I want to see them. Are there some from Bastogne?
Traded them for a couple of Lugers. That's a bargain.
Oh my god, look how bright-faced they are.
Yeah. Yeah, discussed the possibility of staying.
Staying in the army.
There's a company in Nixon, New Jersey. It's called Nixon Nitration Works.
Nix can work for Nixon and Nixon.
Are you offering me a job?
Yeah, he is. I want to jump off of that pier.
Hard to fathom. And the war wasn't even over.
But it's near over. People are hopeful.
The Alps was the Nazi Party's symbolic home, and all the heads of the Third Reich had houses there.
Okay, so it's a very important place.
Blocking the roads.
Oh, wow.
You're not gonna let us waltz into Hitler's house? Probably throw a few rocks at us yourself.
So fair.
So the French are gonna beat us to the Eagle's Nest.
It's become a race to the top of the mountain.
Told him I understood his point. Now you fire up 2nd Battalion and outflank that French son of a bitch.
Yeah. They don't want to give the French the credit. White flags for surrender. Is it a trap?
What do you mean?
Well, you have to be to live here.
Need to find someplace.
You have to be high up, really believing in the cause. Those are not white flags. I'm so on edge. They didn't just give up, did they?
Gonna take whatever isn't nailed down.
Well, wouldn't want that to happen.
Finders keepers.
On the west side of town, I want Battalion HQ, seal off the north side and prepare for prisoners.
Sergeant Grant.
Okay, so this isn't even the main area. There's somewhere higher up. Oh!
Easy.
I thought he got stabbed.
Eagle's Nest.
Easy's gonna take the Eagle's Nest, sir.
A mountaintop stone retreat, 8,000 feet up, accessible by a gold-plated elevator.
Wow. There's only like 5 guys here. What if it's resistance? Why is it so empty? It's too empty. It's too empty. Oh. Did they shoot themselves? Wow, I bet these are real pictures as well.
I hope you don't mind. We made ourselves at home. Love what you've done with the place. Hey,
Was there actually no resistance for any of this? Did everyone just leave?
You ready for it? Listen up. German army surrendered.
Oh.
Is it? Yeah.
Oh, the hugs.
Ouch for that, sir.
Oh, anxious to get off duty, O'Keefe?
No, there's just so much to see and do, sir.
Aw. It's built like a bunker inside.
10,000 bottles of the world's finest liquor, wine, and shrimp.
Oh, wow.
The company marked the day the war in Europe came to
an alcoholic's dream. It feels good. It feels good. There's like a weight off my chest. The war is over.
Until they saw Austria.
Because that is also beautiful. Wow. Wow, I'm gonna go here one day. That's a beautiful hotel.
We'll be comfortable here.
Just a little.
Please accept this as my formal surrender. It is better than to lay it on the desk of a clerk.
Okay.
You may keep your sidearm, Colonel.
Oh, wow. That must be a show of, I don't know, respect almost? Like, it's a decent thing to do?
Grim battlefield of Okinawa, where one of the bloodiest engagements of the war is being fought.
Yeah, in the Pacific, which is another show.
So, when are we going? We don't have a date yet.
Oh, they're going to the Pacific? Are you serious?
It means troop reviews, but above all, it means physical training. Get your NCOs on it.
They're gonna love you.
I forgot that the Japanese fought a little bit after the war in Europe ended, you know what I mean? Until the atom bombs were dropped. Oh, who made a noise?
How many points you need? 15. 15? Jesus Christ, I thought I had it bad.
On this, the anniversary of D-Day, he has authorized a lottery to send one man home in each company.
Okay. That would suck if you've been fighting for that long and you still don't have enough points to get home. There's only one name in there.
Sergeant Daryl C. Powers.
Shifty, Shifty. Wow, they're letting him go home.
So, beginning tomorrow at 0600 hours, we will begin training to go to war.
God, everyone's faces. They were so happy. They thought their days of fighting were done. And now they have who knows how long of fighting left. Well, we know, but they don't.
I just don't rightly know how I'm going to explain all this.
You can't really. No one's going to understand.
Thank you, sir.
Winters for the win.
2 days later, Shifty Powers was on a truck headed for the rear in a boat.
I'm so happy for Shifty, man.
Unfortunately, the truck was hit head-on.
No!
And a bad concussion. He survived, but had to spend the next few months in a series of hospitals.
Okay, thank God he survived.
Guts and Glory here applied for a transfer.
What? 13th Airborne are heading out for the Pacific.
What? No, and what?
Are you in on this too? I can't let him go by himself. He doesn't know where it is.
Aww. These two together are beautiful. Yeah. I remember this. Oh no! I didn't want to see this guy die again. Wow, these are all big moments in the show. This is a moment that haunts him. This haunted him in episode 5 and it's still haunting him now.
You got through Bastogne without having to fire your weapon.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, I guess he did. Oh my god. See, words don't even describe what this was like.
Let me tell you something, son. You've done enough.
Yeah, you have more combat experience than me, says the guy interviewing, and me as well. Is there someone who worked at a camp, at a concentration camp?
Is this a personal thing, Joe?
This sounds personal.
Where the hell have you been for the past 3 years?
See, I understand his perspective. Oh my god, don't just shoot him.
Kommandant, vom Arbeitslager.
Ich weiß von keinem Arbeitslager. Sie haben die falsche Person.
We're just gonna hear a gunshot.
Sie können nicht hier reinkommen. Sie können nicht hier reinkommen. Nein!
Oh my god, don't! Just waiting for it.
Liebgott says so.
He probably is.
Oh!
Shoot him!
No.
Oh my... Oh my days!
Summer in this alpine paradise should...
The bored soldier, a dangerous soldier. I can understand why he's mad and why he's
Everyone
angry.
just wanted to go home.
But there are two sides to everything.
It's the end of my second war.
Jesus.
I'm going home now.
Did he fight in World War I as well?
Go ahead, take off. It's my turn.
Okay, see you back at the farm. 81.
Oh, he was so close.
I have 81 points.
He was 4 off.
It's just not good enough.
What are points for? How do you get points? Oh no. Oh no. And they just keep driving? Did they not hear any of this? Are they deaf?
It's Private Janovac.
It's Tom Hardy, man. He's dead.
We'd served with distinction since before Normandy. We're stuck here because they didn't have the points.
It's such a stupid system, I feel.
Weapons, alcohol, and too much time on their hands.
Yeah, a bored soldier is a dangerous soldier. That's what I'm saying.
What happened to him? Got his leg blown off in Bastogne.
Yeah. Oh my god, what happened here?
You okay, Matt? You need some help?
Oh no.
They wouldn't give me any gas. Krauts.
Oh, you can't do that.
Let's use his Jeeba. I don't think he's going to be needing it. Hold on a second now, right?
Oh! This is friendly fire! Why don't you just take all their weapons away? Why don't you just take all their weapons away? There was no war anymore. You don't need them.
Why? Get in the Jeep.
Why this guy?
Where are we going? To the hospital. Get in.
Oh, he's a brain surgeon. Okay.
Let me drive. We'll get there faster.
Trust this guy, yes. Trust this guy. Are they torturing him?
Just play cards, right?
Jeez, these weapons, these guns are so dangerous.
When you talk to an officer, you say sir.
Oh my god. Oh, Spears has done this before. There's no bullets in it. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Grant's dead?
No. Crowd surgeon says he's gonna make it.
Oh my god. That's awesome.
I'd like to resign as company first sergeant.
Because of what happened?
So you've decided to stay in the Army?
Yes, I'm gonna stay with the men.
Okay, I think he'd do really well.
We absolutely do. And your driver will drop you off at a hotel of your choice. And,
Wow, excuses for his soldiers to leave the war. I love this.
I won't let you down, sir.
These people who maybe don't have enough points but deserve to leave.
I thought Second Lieutenant Carwood Lipton from West Virginia could soothe his ruffled feathers.
Lipton. Oh my god, it's David Schwimmer, he's back. Winters is higher ranked than him now. Oh wow, how the table turns.
You are a special group.
Die ineinander einen Zusammenhalt gefunden hat.
Found in one another a bond.
This applies to all the soldiers in the war.
Held each other in dire moments.
Die den Tod zusammen gesehen haben.
We've seen death and suffered together. We deserve long and happy lives in peace.
That was a good speech. How similar are these two armies in terms of they're just men fighting for greater orders, you know what I mean? And this bond that is shared between them.
Take a look at these two kids. What the hell happened?
Oh, that was first episode. That was so long ago. Oh wow, what a place to play baseball.
Buck Compton came back to see the company to let us know that he was all right.
Oh.
David Webster became a writer for the Saturday Evening Post and Wall Street Journal, and later wrote a book about sharks.
Really? That's cool.
As a testament to his character, 1,600 people attended his funeral in 1998.
Oh, wow.
Joe Liebgott returned to San Francisco and drove his cab.
Oh, just like he wanted. I have chills.
Alton Moore returned to Wyoming with a unique souvenir. Hitler's personal photo albums.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We all lost touch with in civilian life until he showed up at a reunion just before his death in 1981.
Wow.
Carwood Lipton became a glass-making executive in charge of factories all over the world.
Yeah, that's cool.
Served in Korea. In 1958, returned to Germany as governor of Spandau Prison.
Wow.
Easy Company! School circle!
For Easy Company, it was D-Day plus 4.
Are we getting a picture?
Listen up. Got some news.
This morning,
No picture.
President Truman received the unconditional surrender from the Japanese.
Yeah, there we go.
Medals or wounds, each man in the 101st Airborne would be going home.
Oh man, I'm cold. They really are a band of brothers.
Lewis Nixon had some tough times after the war. He was divorced a couple of times.
Oh.
He married a woman named Grace, and everything came together for him.
Good job.
Officers and Rangers. I chose not to go to Korea. I'd had enough of war.
Yeah, fair enough.
Little peaceful corner of the world, where I still live today.
Oh, wow.
Never got to enjoy the world without war.
Yeah.
Very unusual.
Are we gonna say who is who?
It's a very unusual.
That's Winters.
We knew that we could depend on each other.
And that's Lipton.
Brave, so brave is unbelievable. And
that's Malarkey.
I'm just one part of the big war, that's all. One little part.
Oh.
Like you figured that you thought that you could do just about anything. And after the war was over and it...
Powers, Shifty. Oh.
Sheds his blood with me shall be my brother.
Wow.
A question my grandson asked me the other day when he said, Grandpa, were you a hero in the war? Grandpa said no, but I served in a company of...
What a beautiful ending to the show. Ah! What a beautiful ending to the show. And that was my reaction to Band of Brothers Episode 10, the finale of the show Points. And what a poignant episode. Poignant episode. I was trying to make a point. What? I was trying to make a pun with points and poignant. A poignant episode to end the show. And yeah, just wonderful episode. Wonderful show. Where do I even start? This episode had not a lot of action in it. Just like episode 9, it had not a lot of action in it, but it had a lot of feeling in it for the most part. And yeah, it was just, I mean, let's just talk about the ending first of all. When they were playing baseball and Winters was going over who was doing what and stuff like that, it was just so feel good. You know what I mean? Like, it filled my heart with so much joy just hearing that these people for the most part had very successful lives after the war, that they weren't treated like scum. Some of them had unfortunate lives, such as someone died pretty early in a car crash in like the 1950s and stuff like that. The guy who got the photo album, like Hitler's photo album, which actually pretty sick by the way. But just like hearing that these soldiers had lives outside of the war, hearing them be like happy outside of the war, you know, marry the love of their lives, get the jobs that they wanted, just genuinely have good lives and lead good lives. And then to hear that they had reunions as well was just so touching, because these guys are brothers. These guys are a band of brothers. And when they had the actual figures at the end, the actual people who were in the war at the very end, and then they showed the names as we've been seeing them throughout the whole show, but we didn't know their names, which I thought was really cool because we didn't know who was going to live and who was going to die. But at the end, we see their names, we see them talking, and I think it was Lipton, like the actual Lipton, and he was like talking about Henry VIII's quote or something like that. It was one of the King Henrys, and basically he was like, if we shed blood together, then we are brothers, we are a band of brothers. And yeah, I just thought that was just really cool how they ended this show on this point of hope, you know, on this really nice moment of these guys did manage to make it out. They were the lucky few. And I thought it was really interesting as well that the guy at the very end, when he was talking about this letter that he wrote and his grandson asked him, like, hey grandpa, like, are you a hero? Were you a hero in the war? And his answer was no, which I thought was really interesting, because I guess the soldiers, a lot of them don't see themselves as heroes. They were just doing a job. But like for me, honestly, like I consider them as heroes. They did something that was unspeakably brave, something that many people couldn't do. Even in the show, you would see soldiers that couldn't do this job, and so to see the people that survived, I would say they are just as heroic as the men who laid down their lives. And I can see where that guy's coming from, where the men that died are the real heroes, because they sacrificed themselves for something that was much greater than themselves, even if they didn't realize it at the time. And so I completely understand where that guy's coming from, but I think he is in a way putting down his own achievements, you know what I mean? Like the fact that he did live through this war, the fact that he did fight all the time. At what point do you consider that to be heroic? You know what I mean? And I don't know, after watching this show, everyone that lived, everyone that died, like I have the utmost, like I had a lot of respect for them going into this show. I have learned about World War II before. I did know how horrible it was, you know what I mean? Just from like media and school and stuff like that. Obviously I've never fought in a war, so I will never be able to have that full perspective as someone who has fought in a war has, but I have heard about it through words, and even though words don't do it justice, it gives you a tidbit of an example of what it was like. But after watching this show, after spending time with these characters, yeah, I have a lot more respect, you know what I mean? Like I already had 100% respect, and now it's at like 200% respect, if that makes any sense. But yeah, the rest of this episode was also really interesting. I really liked what it's going for. First of all, Austria, beautiful place. I would love to go to Austria one day. I mean, I've always wanted to go to Austria. I've always known it was beautiful, but seeing it in this show, I was like, I'm gonna go to whatever mountains and lakes those were, or lake that was, and I'm gonna sit at that hotel, and I'm gonna, I don't know, have a beer and just relax. And that is my life plan now, to go to that spot in Austria. But the location aside, I thought it was really interesting what they did with this episode in terms of soldiers being bored equals something that isn't very good, especially because a lot of them were replacements and they didn't really have combat experience. You know, they were still eager to fight to get these things, and I thought that was a really interesting thing that the show brought up, because it's something that isn't really talked about. But even when the war was finished in Europe and V-Day had been declared, there were still soldiers dying, whether it was by accident, whether it was on purpose. There were still soldiers dying. There were still Germans being shot, whether by orders or not by orders. And it was just like kind of scary when you think about it, how easy it was for some of these replacements and for some of these soldiers to just turn against their own platoon or their own comrades over gas because they're drunk, you know what I mean, in the middle of the night. And it's something that I feel like definitely, I mean, obviously it definitely happened, but it's like this danger that you don't really think of, because when the war's over, you're like, oh wow, we have peace. But then the soldiers start to get bored, the soldiers start to drink a lot, there are weapons everywhere, weapons plus alcohol. Usually doesn't end up very well, and in this case it didn't end up well a few times. Luckily that guy survived, who got shot in the head, by the way. And Spears not shooting the guy who shot that guy in the head was a very mature thing to do, I feel. It's kind of like this character development where at the start of the show he definitely would have shot someone in the head, but in this, at the end of the show now, he's like, let the actual justice, or like military justice system, deal with this guy. I also really liked how the show contrasted and made very similar the German army and the American army, because I mean there are differences for sure, and when you're fighting the war, you see the German army, like let's say if I'm in the American army or the Canadian army, for instance, you see the German army as an other, and you're brought to raise like that and stuff like that. But if you, like, I don't know, I talked about this in my last Band of Brothers review, I think, but I was just reading The Backwash of War. I finished it. Really good World War I book, by the way. But in that book, there's an American nurse, and she's talking about how the German army is pretty much the same as the French army that she is with, and how the German army are still basically just children, you know, 20-year-old men, 19, 18-year-old men fighting in this war, taking orders from someone who is higher up. They don't really understand too much besides that they need to fight. They are just numbers in an endless stream of numbers on the front line, and there's a lot more similarities. And so when that German captain, or whatever you want to call him, the German guy, gave that speech on the hill in this episode, and he was talking about how you guys have bonded together in a way that only combat can bond people. I'm proud to have worked with you guys and stuff like that. It's something that can not only be applied to the German army, but to every single army that fought in the war, and every single army that has fought in any war, really. And it's really interesting how the show throws you these comparisons between these two armies, showing you that yes, the German army were horrible, and they did do horrible things, and the people leading the German army were horrible, but the people actually doing a lot of the fighting, you know, in the trenches, in the foxholes and stuff like that, they were kind of the same as your average American soldier, who they were just probably working class citizens. They were just following orders. They were doing it because they were told they had to do it, instead of really truly believing in the cause, and in that way they formed bonds and stuff like that. Very interesting stuff, and I really like that the show is making you think about this. And yeah, I guess that is going to be the end of my review. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much to these wonderful, beautiful, amazing people right here for supporting me and supporting my channel. It really does mean a lot. I loved this show so much. It's definitely a show that's going to stick around in my head for a long time. It's a show that I really want to show my dad, because I think he would really enjoy this. He loves like World War II, World War I shows, and he hasn't seen this. I know he hasn't seen this, so I'm probably going to show my dad this show eventually. Obviously not on the channel, but I'll show him on my own time, because I think he'll really enjoy it. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone who has watched along with every episode, or just watched this episode. If you tuned into any episode, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure watching you guys, reading your comments, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you around for some other movie reactions and TV show reactions, and if not, then I don't know, have a good life, I guess. Anyways, I don't really know how to end this. Anyways, have a good life, and if I see you later, then see you later.